So good evening and welcome to the Poulsbo City Council meeting of August 5th, 2026 here at 5 p.m. Poulsbo is committed to being a welcoming, diverse, and equitable community where all people can access tools and opportunities to improve their quality of life, allowing them to reach their full potential. During its meetings, the Poulsbo City Council will use this lens to inclusively view its discussions, actions, and review of its business agenda. I'm going to call on Councilman Rick Eckert to read the land acknowledgement, if he would.
Yes, Mayor. Poulsbo is located on the ancestral lands of the indigenous Suquamish people, for whom this place was known as Tuktuk Lots, or the land of the vine maples. Every part of this soil is sacred in the estimation of my people. Every hillside, every valley, every plain and grove has been hallowed by some sad or happy event in days long vanished. That's a quote from Chief Seattle, 1854.
Thank you, Councilman Eckert, but not all things have vanished. A number of us had the opportunity to attend the canoe journeys, specifically the landing at Suquamish of the tribes participating in the paddle to Nisqually. Approximately 70 tribal family canoes came in. It was a sight to see, many volunteers. I attended the protocols where the tribes who attended presented their song and dance as an honor to the Suquamish tribe. And this history is a living history, and I thank you, Councilman Eckert. Now, those of you who can, please join me and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Before we review the agenda, I'd again like to welcome to our second meeting our newly appointed councilwoman, Leighton Thomas. She joins us up here at the dais. Is that right, Michael, where you are? And that's an inside joke. He insists it's dais. So we have an ongoing humor between dais, and I always, when I see him, wish him a buenos dias. Or is it dais? I can't remember, Michael. You got me confused now. We're going to go on to the agenda. There are copies at the back of the room. The agenda stands as presented, and I would entertain a motion in a second to approve it.
Mayor, I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, abstentions, carries unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the public comment. We entertain all, and citizens and residents don't have to live within Poulsbo. Your comments, your concerns, your thoughts. But if you would come to the podium then, introduce yourself and tell us where you reside, and we're anxious to hear from you. So calling for public comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Millard. I live at 528 Northeast Madison, the lower part of the hill, but I live across the street from Lions Park, and I've lived here for the last 5 years, having moved from Bainbridge Island. I love the community, everything about it. So I'm an off islander, or excuse me, relocated. I've been exchanging notes, and I appreciate the responses and the thoughtful actions of Jeff Osmek, who's been terribly positive, engaging, and constructive in his efforts. Mr. Fitzpatrick, thank you for your response to the email that I sent. I assume that the communication has been entered into record for the council. And my matters are admittedly minor. We're concerned about noise in the neighborhood related to pickleball. I am not anti-fun, as I had indicated in my note to Mr. Fitzpatrick, but rather concerned that my neighbors and I, who are all taxpayers, have seen a trebling in use through what has admittedly become a very popular game. And my hope is that the council will support and enable Mr. Osmek to find constructive ways to address the intensity of the use of Lions Park's tennis courts. Again, I'm not anti-fun. I play pickleball, but the decision to increase the number of courts has materially impact attendance, duration, intensity of noise and activity. And so it's of concern. I've self-appointed on behalf of my 6 or 7 neighbors on the west half of Madison that starts at 6th Street. They are unanimous when I speak to them about the impact of the game. We all like the activity. I love the sound of kids. Adults playing pickleball is fun to a point. So again, if the council could please enable Mr. Osmick to continue the work that he has done, we will appreciate it. And so thank you for your work and your service to the community. That's all I have.
Thank you. We generally do not respond to questions from the podium, and I won't, but I'll point out that as we go around the room for department head comments, our Parks and Rec Director, Jeff Osmick, I suspect he'll be at least touching, if not addressing this subject. So once again, calling for public comment. And you'll have 3 minutes to come forward. Please state your name and place of residence, and I'll add at the end of the meeting, we'll be taking additional public comment. That might be an hour, 2 or 3 from now, depending on the agenda length, but we will have a second round of public comment. So a last call for public comment, and we will move on. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is mayor reports, council comments. It feels like it's been the better part of a month since we've gotten together. I imagine there will be some reports. And the reason it feels that way is, in fact, it's been the better part of a month since we've been up here conducting the public business. So I'll start to my far left, Councilman Doug Newell. Good evening, Doug.
Good evening. Nothing for at this time.
And Councilman Doug Tabor.
Just one quick, first of all, thanks for public comment. Always appreciate it. And then secondly, there is an urgent burn ban across the state. And I just wanted to reiterate that there's a burn ban if the smoke wasn't a good enough indicator.
Thank you, Doug. And Deputy Mayor Britt Livdahl.
I don't have any comments at this time. Thank you.
Councilman Rick Eckert.
Yeah, just, Chief, another good national night out last night. Great job by everybody. Enjoyed it. Always do, but it was nice even with the smoke. Because we still held ours because Poulsbo is strong. So we didn't cancel. And I just want to comment, it's consent agenda, so I didn't want to, we don't talk about consent agenda, but I was just going to throw out, I found in reviewing minutes that far back, when they aren't unanimous votes, it's hard to remember who voted how. So I don't know if we want to, when they're split votes, if we want to list who voted in what way. Just a suggestion, but yeah, reaching back some of those, I had to really think about how that went. So the thought.
Question, Rick. Other than when I call for a vote like on the agenda, we generally do roll call by name. Which records are you specifically referring to?
So in the minutes, some of the votes were split votes. Most of them were unanimous, but some of them were split, and going all the way back to March, there was some of those where I looked at it and it was a split vote, and I had to really sit and think who voted how. Like, we're supposed to be checking that for accuracy, and I wasn't going to go back and watch the meeting to remember. But yeah, so it just might make it easier for us to check them if the names are in there. When it's unanimous, obviously it's easy, but when they're split 5-2, for example. So it was just a thought.
So that gives me a small opening to comment on email the city administrator and I received from Councilman Fitzpatrick, also expressing some interest in looking at our Poulsbo municipal code, specifically the rules of city council. That might be an item to add to the list. And my thought would be, rather than hit these as they come up kind of on the fly, that if we could compile these, I would think once a year we could look at them as an order of business, because different concerns and interests will pop up from time to time. Robin and I had a chance to just touch on this. So these are all good, and Rick's comments are good, but the idea of hitting a lot of one-off hits versus just taking them in order in a single sit down might be a suggestion for council.
Yeah, it's just any other time than right now, I would have just gone back to the meeting and looked. I just don't have time right now.
Yeah.
So, and there were a lot, and I wanted to get through them all. So I didn't stop and go back and review meetings. And so just in us doing our due diligence of checking them for accuracy, that would make it easier.
Anything else, Councilman? And call on our new Councilwoman Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everybody who's here. And Greg, thank you for your comments. I just want to say thank you to the staff. I have spent the last couple of weeks trying to get up to speed as much as possible, and I've either met with or I have meetings on the agenda to meet with all the departments, and everybody's been really incredible about answering all of my questions and sharing information, and it's been great. I've really enjoyed it. I got a tour of the port, and Jeff and I have talked parks, and it's been really, really helpful. So thank you to all the staff. And then I also attended the sip and chat last week that Heather and the mayor facilitated at Ties, and it was a really fantastic conversation. It was really positive and productive. There was a great turnout. So anybody watching, if you were there, thank you for coming. And I look forward to more of these conversations. It was really, really great to see such engagement from our community. So thank you.
Thank you for reminding me of that, Councilwoman Thomas. That's in the current newsletter from August. Does a good job of explaining it. I want to give full credit to our city planning director, Heather Wright, who attended a national conference of planning directors. There you are in the back of the room. And she carried that idea forward. So she and I co-conspired, and it was wildly successful and fully attended. A few more people, and I think we would have exceeded the fire marshal's limit on that chamber. So, and what it is, it's an opportunity to discuss growth and planning, or planning and permitting if you're into technical correctness. But instead of from the item of a specific project or city agenda, hearing from the citizens and residents what your perceptions and concerns, thoughts are, doing it in a group setting, doing it one at a time, very deliberately and thoughtfully. And I thought it was just a great format. So thank you, Heather, for bringing that forward. And Leighton, thank you for reminding me. And buenos dias, Councilman Fitzpatrick. I'm sure you have something to share.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to say welcome to the community, and it's nice to be back with you. I want to say thanks especially for Greg's comments. I think it's always a brave thing to come and make public comments, especially if you're not sure whether the comment will be popular. And I look forward to seeing how we can work with you and with the Parks Department to come to an equitable solution. And I hope you stay to at least give our Parks Director a chance to weigh in. I have a couple things I'd like to share. The first is I had an opportunity to host a scout troop from Moses Lake that was paying a visit to Poulsbo. They were up here to go to Camp Parsons, I think on the Hood River Canal, and wanted to come through and get a taste of local government. So if you look on the screen behind me, you'll see that the clerk has a picture of the troop and their troop leaders. The way I did it is I took them to the top floor first, and we kind of worked our way down, just telling them about the different departments, showing them a map of the city, and just trying to give them some inspiration that local government leadership is something that they might aspire to as, you know, a budding career opportunity or life goals. When we got down to the ground floor, they had fun peeking in through the courthouse window, through the police department windows, and then, as you could see from the picture, we brought them in here and gave them a chance to sit up at the dais and get a feel for what it's like to be up here. And they had some fun arguing over who got to be the mayor and hold the gavel. So you can see the victorious kid there in the center was quite proud to sit in your seat, Mayor. Thanks, Rhiannon, I appreciate that. The other thing I wanted to mention is actually tied to Rick's comments. Those of you who are looking at your agenda and wondering why the consent is so long is because the clerks are entering in their hard work on our minutes over about 4 months. And I just wanted to say thanks to you and your team for those, because I find them really helpful. And it's fun to go through and see how you interpreted the meeting and compare it to what I thought the meeting was. And it's really helpful for those of us who are trying to keep track of so many different things going on here at the city. So I just want to give a shout out for that. And lastly, I wanted to welcome Doug Newell back from his trip. You're looking like a grizzled sailor, so I appreciate that. And Leighton, welcome to the dais.
So I can't resist but respond. Did you notice the good councilman referred to it as the dais? We're going to probably have an advisory vote on a ballot one of these Novembers. Is it dais or dais? And so when I said Buenos Dias, I know that in Spanish it's Buenos Dias. So I want to make sure that was not an error, but an intentional. And so we have a lively debate about the correct pronunciation. But having moved here from Montana and knowing Pierre, South Dakota is actually Pierre, I think there are a lot of these word fights throughout the United States, Councilman. Thank you for attending to that troop of aspiring students. I noticed you mentioned they had a hard time selecting who would be mayor. So that was their first lesson in public service, local government. Very often the mayor's seat is not sitting there empty for the first comer. And so that was a good object lesson to all of us. I have a photo myself. I'll let Rhiannon pull it up. While that's coming up, I might invite the police chief up to the department head table. There is an empty seat, chief. The water's fine. Come join us. And the reason I do that is because last night, the second to the last summer concert series corresponds with the National Night Out. And that's the first Tuesday of August throughout the United States, not only celebrating our local police, but involving interaction with the local police on a open invitation to see all that's new and relevant within the police department. And it was a highly successful event. In fact, Chief, to me, attending, and there were others there, it felt like a small county fair out there on the lot with the various vendors, and you had a number of tables, and it just seemed very exciting. You could even get food from some of the vendors. I just thought it was a terrific action. I'll allow the chief to comment, but this is a picture of him and I had the honor of wanting to single out one of his administrative staff, Hadley Warland, who in large measure put together the venue and the choreography, I might put it. And what I'm holding there is our new city pins. I know we're going to talk branding tonight, city administrator, but I still dig the old pins. I like the new edging you put on it, Rhiannon, our city clerk, and we gave one to Hadley, and that's me holding that. And it was just a very successful event. And if you would comment on it, Chief, for the public, that's the whole point, is public engagement.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for all the support. It was great to see many of you there. And really is a community event. That's the point of the event, is to just show that the police department is part of the local community. One of the things that Hadley did to bring in more vendors, and she did this on her own. No one told her to do this. It was her idea. She actually went to every single downtown business and issued a personal invitation to the management of all those businesses to join us, to be a vendor if they wanted to. And I needed to commend her for that kind of effort. It's over and above. It's not in her job description, but she just wants to let the community know that we are here to serve them. We depend on them, and we do all this together. So thank you for everyone. It was a great event, and we couldn't have done it without a whole bunch of help. Thank you.
It just felt like a small county fair out there while the bands were entertaining everybody else at the pavilion on the lawn. So just extremely well done and engaging, Chief. Compliments to the entire department, and especially to Hadley and Christina and Chloe and the whole team. Just well done. I'm going to move on. A couple of events to note, meetings, I should say. This Friday, you all should have received an email invitation from myself, and that is the director for the civilian side of the Navy, the executive director of the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard and Intermediate Facility, will be meeting with us here on the third floor at their request. As we know that there's a multi-billion-dollar expansion going on here on the peninsula as part of the Department of Defense Navy build-out. And so if you guys would double check your calendars, and anybody who can make it, I have an affirmation from Councilman Newell. Any department heads that are interested in hearing from the Navy might have a question, invited as well. I think I took care of that earlier. Let's see. Then speaking of the National Night Out and the concert, next week is the last concert series. It's been a record-setting summer for the Parks Department as far as attendance and engagement out there. Along with this last concert, will be then at about 9 o'clock next Tuesday, August 11th, the long-awaited drone show. And I thank the council for its support and in funding this through Peninsula High School, one of only 2 schools in the United States able to put on a drone show. Not only does that make it much more cost effective, but the students themselves get the hands-on work experience, not only physically of the electronic drones, but the programming and computer skills that go along with it. So there's more than one objective here, but the big objective is a trial balloon for next year's July 4th, which we hope again will have private sponsorship, as was true here for more than 40 years on the old July 3rd event, and that these drones might prove to be a good substitute for fireworks in that in 2027, we will be instituting at the advisory vote ballot of local residents who voted 2/3 to install and create a private use fireworks ban for the city of Poulsbo. That'll start on January 1st. So in taking fireworks off the table, we're making an effort to explore still having community, still having celebration, and giving something back to the community, specifically around the July 4th. And as Jeff and Rhiannon's press release that went out this afternoon show, the reason it didn't happen on July 4th, there were a couple reasons, but speaking of the Navy, a good one was the U.S. Navy needed to review it. We are just barely a mile removed from the Delta Pier of Bangor, Naval Submarine Base Bangor, the 3rd largest naval facility that the United States government has in the world. And these drones being up in the air needed their review. So there was that good reason for the delay. And hopefully this will prove to be something we can consider with private sponsorship next July 4th in 2027. And then in conclusion, a couple quick ones.
You have a question.
Oh, who? Mr. Newell.
Just a thought. Drones are a way to display things, and so, when I'm talking to people about drones, they're like, "Why would I want to see a drone in the sky? I don't like them because they're annoying." It might be worthwhile from a communication standpoint to talk about, hey, we're going to have a light show in the evening on August 11th to celebrate who we are as a community and to bring us together. And we invite you to come down. And Jeff, I'm looking at you, maybe not those words, but talk about what is we're actually going to see. The drones are what's going to be used to show that. So it's just a way to get people and go, hey, please come down. It's going to be tailored to our community. It's going to enable us to come together. It's a celebration of our summer. Looking forward to seeing you kind of discussion. Thank you.
Excellent point, Doug, because in fact, nobody will see any drones. All you'll see is a light show in 3 dimensions as it moves, pivots, and changes shape. And that is a great observation. I appreciate that. And I'm sure you'll bring that incisiveness to our conversation with the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard on Friday as well. Any other comment on that? And then in conclusion, I want to thank Councilman Eckert, Councilwoman Crow, and Councilman Fitzpatrick, who were able to join me last Friday at the invitation of the Port Campbell-Sklallam tribe that is north of Kingston, an area called Little Boston. We were able to tour their health facilities. We had Olympic College along, Kitsap Economic Development Alliance, and understanding their health model and economic development models, very robust. I think that's my comments for now. So we will move on. Board, commission, and outside agency reports. And again, why don't I start to my left, Councilman Newell?
Yeah, spend a minute or two here discussing about the Blue Ribbon Commission that's having a conversation about the cost of housing here in the city of Poulsbo and what potentially could be our options. I think we all know there's no silver bullets. If somebody had figured out how to deliver housing at a much lower price, it would have been done someplace. but what is it that drives it here, and what do we see? A lot of the construction that's occurred over the past 20 years has been focused around single-family residential. We did a lot of work in the comp plan to support increasing density, whether it be raising heights, various other things. So this is really about how do we deliver something that's potentially at a lower cost, which in parallel needs to be smaller in size. So the work to date has really given us the focus on workforce housing. Workforce is designed around the 80 to 100% of the average median income here in Kitsap County. There's some flyers running around about what does that look like from an income standpoint, and that drove us into what is the price. So at the 80% AMI, it's a house of 320,000. At 120% of AMI, so basically folks at work is 480,000. Yesterday, we met again to get into a conversation about what is it we could be doing. And there's two pieces. One is potentially a demonstration project, but also with a strong eye on to how does this become repeatable. It evolved into really the economics of construction of housing. We talked in detail about two different pieces. One, which is land. It's easier to build on land that's flat. It's easier to build on land that has services nearby. In general, what's left inside the city limits of Poulsbo really doesn't have either. And so from the standpoint of what do we do in that piece, we're starting to formulate some discussions we could be having with our representatives about, if we want to support more affordable housing in Kitsap County and specifically in the city of Poulsbo, we need to figure out a way to bring land online that's easier to build so that we're not investing as much into the dirt, the roads, the foundations, et cetera. So pretty robust discussion about what are the action items we could have in there. The other piece, and we have quite a few of our local developers, is the realities have changed over the past 30 years. It used to be we had home builders that built 10 homes a year here in Kitsap County, and that was their model. The economics don't support that anymore. The economics have gotten even to the point where it's hard to build infill of one or two houses inside of a small lot because the price per square foot goes up. You have mobilization, permits, time, et cetera. And so what we see when we drive around is subdivisions of 20 to 80 homes, because that gets you to a size that you can build to. So what is it we could do to bring in housing that may not be built on site, that could be built in an area where there's some economies of scale, whether that be a modular home, a manufactured home, what could that look like is there the ability here in Kitsap County or maybe on the Olympic Peninsula to create a facility that can enable prefabbing or modular construction for delivery. And so you concentrate all of your labor and supplies, et cetera, in a space where we can lower the cost per unit and then use transportation to deliver. So belaboring this a little bit, just I want to give you the flavor. We're having fairly in-depth discussions. We don't have an answer. We may not get to an answer. But we are going to come with some outputs of here's what we're seeing. And if we want to see something different, here are the 2 or 3 things that need to change or that we need help with in order to deliver a different outcome. So anyway, open to questions, or we can next time we have a workshop on this issue, go into more detail.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
So I've been sitting in the room listening to these conversations, and I will say that the conversation yesterday on August 4th was one of the most insightful housing conversations I've ever listened to. These are recorded. You can go to our agenda and minutes page, find the Blue Ribbon Commission, and you can watch the recording. I highly recommend watching the August 4th meeting. It was really insightful.
Douglas.
I definitely think we should include that in our affordability discussion that we have in a workshop. And then you can bring, that was an excellent summary of what you know, the commission's been working on. And I think bringing that as a part and then, you know, looking at everything together is holistic. I think that'll be useful. And as a part of that workshop that's coming up in a few weeks, I think. Oh, do we have an affordability? I can follow up on that. Don't worry about it.
No pressure, Rob.
No pressure.
You're causing Nicole to panic over there.
It's not currently scheduled.
I'll bring it up at the end when we additional agenda items in the future.
Councilman Eckert.
Yeah, I just wondered, I know we, West Sound Tech contributed some prefab to our ADU caretaker residents. So I just didn't know if that came up as in your discussion about centralizing and prefab at all. If you guys talked about
there was
that.
a thread in here because we've been asked by Representative Nance to talk about how do we bring more labor online into the building and trades, and what is the role of our local schools. We did talk about West Sound Tech. They do have the ability to provide more training. I don't know if you've been through the facility. It's not set up to do production. It's set up really to create people that can produce. But yes, it was a conversation. It was a conversation about, you know, how do we get more people involved in the trade so that we have locally available source of labor.
There is also, it's been quite a few years now, but the Washington State Carpentry Union, which is not what it's called, but I can't think of the right name. They offer grants to school districts. So West Sound Tech would be in that vein to bring in programs because they see the silvering of their workforce and where they'll help set up programs. So it might be something to look at where they'll help you build out a center to train and provide tools and all that. So like I said, I don't remember the actual name of the union, but it includes scaffolding and carpeting.
Here locally, the Olympic Peninsula Building and Trade Council spends a lot of effort in that, and that's an organization of all, you know, the electricians, the masons.
But this was specifically carpentry because they were seeing a lot of their members.
Yeah, the electricians, there's shortages across the board. Certainly a focus area is the question gets really into, you know, who are, and we did have a conversation. I don't think it's core to what we're doing because we're not into education, but we realize that that's an input to our success. So the part of the conversation got into who influences people to make a decision on what they want to pursue in life, and when does that occur? And quite often it's peers and adults around them, and it occurs not when they turn 19 and they're wondering what to do. As you've had the conversations, quite often it's exposure in middle school that enables them to go, all right, what can I do in the future? And then, you know, following up with incentives when they graduate to enable people to participate in that education. Representative Nance has asked us to look at that. I said, I personally think that's a little far afield from what we can do. More appropriate for, you know, potentially the local educational community to work on that piece. But good point.
Those of you listening to the conversation, both in this room and the recording, the broadcast, if you will, the point of this, the essence of what we're trying to do is look at the average worker in Kitsap County that's being pressured to live further and further away from their work and their community. That average worker, say we're dealing with an annual income, including up to a family of four, a very young family, $99,000 to $125,000 a year. Let's just pick those numbers. What will it take to afford them their own home, a home they own? And that's what we're wrestling with. This entire conversation boils down to maintaining the vibrancy, mix, and color of Poulsbo because it involves all ages, of all incomes, and all backgrounds. And right now, we're under tremendous pressure, as Bainbridge Island has experienced this last quarter of a century, where only those making a certain amount or have a net worth can continue to remain in the community. which is something we dearly love to avoid. We're working very hard on that. So I appreciate Councilman Newell, you referencing the Blue Ribbon Commission, and Councilman Fitzpatrick, you auditing the committee on your own, and that's appreciated. And I'm sure Rob and I will come up with a format where we can have a breakout study session and report in more detail. This is intended to go 6 months. So you're hearing a report from Councilman Newell tonight at literally the halfway mark of a room of local experts, 14 of them representing the public sector, representing the private sector, trying to come up with solutions. And we're prepared to not come up with one, but make every effort to try to come up with one rather than be afraid to ask the question and not have the answer. It's too important of an issue. Too many generations behind us up here at the dais, you in the audience, your children, your grandchildren are being squeezed out of the American dream, which was largely based on the net worth of owning a home as your core financial security. That's no longer a given. And it's not any longer even a ready option, incredibly. So let's move on back to boards and commission, outside agencies, and I'll turn to Mr. Tabor.
Nothing for me.
Deputy Mayor Livedall, Councilman Eckert, newest Councilwoman Thomas, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple. One short and one a little bit longer. So the first one is just as the LTAC chair, I wanted to make sure to mention that the tourism grant application is now out to our community. Jeff and Emily have been distributing that widely. So organizations interested in applying for the LTAC funds for 2027, I believe the applications are due September 10th. The second report I want to give is another follow-up to my school board report from last month. A lot has been happening at the school board meetings. And at the latest July meeting of the board, they discussed the future of their facilities again after receiving the results from a survey that was given to the community. So they received survey responses on future decisions from 325 households from the 98370 area, as well as 235 from the greater Kingston and Suquamish communities. And the results were pretty divided on almost every question they asked, and there was no clear guidance for a future facilities plan. I want to give you just a quick glimpse of what the survey kind of looked like. So I have a question, if Mariana can put up the survey excerpt on the screen for the council, the other one. We'll come back to that in a second. There you go. So this is an example of the kinds of responses they got. So this was when it comes to school buildings, which approach do you prefer? Just under 20% chose maintaining and updating existing buildings, 35% favored replacing buildings with new builds, and 44% chose the option that I interpret as saying both, which I'm going to be honest, I'm not clear why that was even put as an option, because that's the non-affordable option. You don't have enough money perhaps to even do one of these options, much less to try to do both. And most of the responses look like this. So the presentation of these results led the board into a discussion of the future of Pearson Elementary by Scandia. And now if the clerk can put that other graphic up, I just want to kind of remind us what the whole school district looks like, in case people haven't looked at this map for a while. So this shows all the different boundary areas for the different elementary schools. So you can see we have Poulsbo Elementary, Suquamish, Wolfley up next to Kingston, Kingston Elementary, Vinland Elementary, and then Pearson down by Scandia in the south there. And so that's, we have two elementary schools that are here inside the city limits. Both are at max capacity. And then the district also owns an elementary school up by Breidelblick. You can see in the top left corner that's currently being used by a private organization. So the situation is that Pearson Elementary and their southern...
Real quick on this slide, I just want to point out, if you notice that line that runs right there with Lincoln to the left of it and up. So all of those three elementary schools to the right, what that means is all the students in those three elementary schools are going to Kingston High School, Kingston Middle School and Kingston High School. So folks, think about that, where the edge of Poulsbo is compared to where that line is. So when people talk about the district boundaries, years ago, the district made that move to move that line that far west to try to capture students to keep Kingston High School viable. So when this part of the reason this conversation is so hard is if you look, it's our population is so much denser than Kingston that's how far over this line is, just to keep the level of students in Kingston High School that there are right now. And so you can pretty much almost see North Kitsap High School when you go to Kingston.
So what I want to talk about tonight is that the situation at Pearson Elementary is that school is on the road to failure, and the board needs to act before that happens. Based on the survey, the recent capital levy results, and the current positions of the board members, refurbishing the existing building is off the table. That's no longer being considered. So that leaves them with three options: close Pearson and reopen Breidablik, close Pearson and build a new elementary school at a different site location, either currently owned by the district or through a land swap. And this is going to affect the city potentially, or build a new elementary school at the Pearson site. And none of these options are cheap. Option A, which is the most cost effective of the three, would require at least 16 million in renovations to bring Breidablik back online. A levy might take too long to save enough money, so the district would probably have to go out for bond debt to make one of these options happen. So there are two consequences that the community needs to be aware of and that the council should be aware of once the board chooses a path forward. First, if the board goes with either option A, reopen Breidablik, or option B, build a new school elsewhere, that is going to result in redrawing the school boundaries. Families who chose neighborhoods based on school proximity may find their kids being bused to a totally different school building. Rebounding will affect our residents here in the city, as well as those in the greater Poulsbo area. For example, if they close Pearson and reopen Breidablik, that might result in rebounding Pearson kids to attend Vinland, while current Vinland families might be rebounded to Breidablik. I'm not saying that will happen. I'm trying to give you an example of what could happen. Given Poulsbo Elementary's enrollment, that district would probably need to change as well. Sorry, that boundary would need to change as well to move more kids evenly between the schools, which I think Councilor Eckhart was just alluding to. The second consequence is that during the discussion, the superintendent regularly mentioned that option B, a new build, would likely happen in or near the Poulsbo city limits. Access roads might be required, traffic circles or stoplights, new sidewalks and other traffic engineering, new school zoning, and permits. Listening to the discussion strengthened my belief that we might benefit from an intergovernmental meeting with the district once they have a concrete sense of which direction they want to move. So as a result, to wrap this up, I would like to ask my colleagues if you would please give me a thumbs up here at the dais about whether or not you support continuing to pursue some kind of intergovernmental meeting with the North Kitsap School District. It might be 3x2, so I'm not saying necessarily assuming that it needs to be a full meeting, but it could be. But either way, I would like to keep lobbying for a meeting, and I'd like to have it on the record that a majority of the council supports doing so. So thumbs? Thumbs.
Comment.
And comments, welcome.
So I thank you for attending that meeting. I also watched it on video recently. I think they're at least a year away from having a plan. The conversation about having a new elementary school inside city limits, I think predates your moving here. We went out to vote in February of 24 to put something up Finn Hill Road, up a little goat path called Slippery Pig. It did not succeed. I think they've got a lot of work to do. I think part of the conversation about the rebuilding of Pearson has been, just as you outlined, what's the impact of Inland and Poulsbo? That's still evolving. And you were in the room, but my understanding is they're having a follow-up meeting in October to go into more conversation. So it might be worthwhile to check back in after the first of the year I think it's wise to follow it, and thank you for following it. It's not an easy problem. I don't think we're close enough. I guess what I'm saying is I don't think we're close enough to have constructive conversation until they get closer to what they think they may want to do.
Yeah, apologies. I should have put a time frame on that. I did not mean imminently. Right now, the posture of some of their leadership is that bringing the city into this conversation is not valuable. And I'm working with our school board liaison to change that mentality. And I think this is a conversation where at some point, having the perspective of, say, our city staff might actually help them figure out which of these options is their most viable. But again, that can be a year out. That's fine.
So at a high level, we need to do better for our kids. I've devoted a big chunk of my last 10 years to this topic. We need to stay engaged. Thank you for staying engaged. Maybe you and I can follow up afterwards, talk about how to put together how we engage, because I think you're right. It's going to take, it's going to take more than the school board to affect a realistic change in the educational opportunities for our students in the northern part of Kitsap County.
Rick?
Yeah, thank you, Michael. And like Doug said, yeah, this has been ongoing for a while. The proposal that was kind of the impetus behind that bond, amongst other things, was with the purchase of that property off of Finn Hill Road, was build an elementary school there that would become a centralized pivot for the district, the elementary schools on this side. Because one of the regular documents that the district gets studies is the demographic study of where the kids are, where the growth is. And if you look at it, it pretty much hits right there in the city limits. And so if that school had been built, it makes it very easy to do those kind of boundary shifts and move kids around without it being dramatic and traumatic. Because it's ironic that when both Brunswick was closed, those kids went to Vinland, and now we're talking about moving them back. But if you look at Vervent and Pride of Black kids, like I was just saying, in order to keep the Kingston sign viable, that those boundaries shifted over. And then the board, this was before my time even, had considered moving another neighborhood into it. But if you think about the geography up there, we used to refer to it as the seas of trees, because it's the part of the county where you can legitimately see you can't get there from here because you got to go somewhere else first. And so what you're talking about is kids being on buses for 45 minutes to an hour to get to school, because they have to go around wetlands and forests and seas of trees. And that's not how the state pays school districts to run buses. So it gets very expensive. And so it is a deep, complicated conversation. And yeah, I think the district's going to need our help, which is why I think we should have the meeting, because folks don't quite understand all the intricacies of it. And as you pointed out, the district is very divided. There's a big divide east-west. And even outside, there's a lot of people that don't realize that Kingston and Poulsbo are the same school district. And sometimes even in the district, they don't realize they're the same school district. So there's a lot there. That's why I'm really surprised they don't want to meet. But yeah, we can keep working that. And there's a lot of things we can do to help each other. And like Doug said, help the kids, which is the whole point.
So I appreciate that discussion. I'll note it's approaching 6 o'clock, so we definitely want to move on. Any last comments from council on this topic? Wrapping up boards and commission, I'm going to keep this ultra brief. 2 Fridays ago, the city, at its invitation, hosted a meeting with the new leadership of Olympic College, Dr. Rookasner and her staff, and Western Washington University down from Bellingham, the president, his staff. We had both chairs of the board of trustees. We had county commission. We had legislative leadership. Long story short, Western Washington University has made it their top priority to build out in Poulsbo for Western Washington. And we'll be going to the legislature seeking $70 million for their own facilities, separate from Olympic College. And that gave us the opportunity also to present the Poulsbo Events and Recreation Center in a good light. If you haven't been up there, you need to get up there. It's massive. It's easiest to be seen from the Olympic College parking lot, which is slightly elevated to the terrain of the Poulsbo Events and Recreation Center. But our facility is absolutely huge, complimentary. We're working out a joint parking agreement, Diane, and we're well on the way to a better level of cooperation between Olympic College and Western and moving forward. So I'm very happy about that. We're going to turn to department staff, and let's start with City Administrator Rob Gelder.
Thank you. Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor, and Poulsbo community members. Just a few updates this evening. As a heads up for your workshop next week, we will be welcoming a couple of members from WCIA, specifically to engage in about an hour program of council do's and don'ts. As you know, we are a member of that risk pool, so it's just part of our due diligence to make sure that we stay up on top of all of our various training.
And Rob, that acronym stands for?
Washington City's Insurance what? Authority. I always miss the A part of that. So thank you. I appreciate that. It's just easier to say WCIA. So they will be here, but then also we will be welcoming Brittany Gordon, who will be able to help us kind of paint a bigger picture of derelict vessels and the efforts that have been happening across the county. So she's with the county and has actually been helping to coordinate all the various jurisdictions as we kind of try to grapple with this issue in our respective waterways. So those are two things that I wanted to call your attention to. Also, we were alerted that the county is engaging in a process to potentially surplus some of their properties that they no longer need. So just wanted to give council a heads up that we'll be keeping our eye on any potential opportunities that might arise, and we'll come back if need be. So just wanted to give you a heads up of that. And a quick note, I just received an email that I've been successfully elected to the Washington City County Managers Association Board of Directors. So I will be sworn in next week at our annual conference, and therefore won't be here in person next week, but I will Zoom in. And I think that's about it. So thank you very much.
On behalf of the council and the mayor, congratulations, Rob. That's a year and a half since you were hired here. Refocus from county to city municipal government, and have really grabbed the reins on this and gotten involved on that state organization, which was a request at the time you were hired. Well done, Rob. Our city finance director, Debbie Boer.
Good evening. Only announcement is we are having, excuse me, our final exit interview from the state auditor on the accountability portion of the audit this Friday. It should be fairly short. If you are interested, I did have 2 council members respond that are interested in attending. So we're keeping track of that, but that is through a Zoom call-in, and we will then be done with 2025 officially.
Thank you, Debbie. Our city planning and economic development director, Heather Wright.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, and the public. I want to thank the mayor and, of course, our newest council member, Leighton Thomas, for coming to our Sip and Speak. It was a great turnout, as you all spoke to earlier. That was our second that we've hosted this summer. And for our third time this summer, we're going to take it to the streets and we're going to walk the neighborhoods. So we haven't decided exactly when and where it's going to be weather dependent, but that's going to be our next outing for the summer. And again, thank you all for your support. I also wanted to share that in our spotlight, we're doing an Understanding Planning Poulsbo series. As you know, we've had a lot of applications come in this summer that have gone to our hearing examiner, and we've had some more controversial applications. And so part of what we're doing is educating our public on the land use process and how they can get engaged and involved. So stay tuned for our August issue, which is going to come out on Friday. And then I wanted to share with you all just 2 more things. The notice of application for the former bank building on 7th Avenue, the Suquamish Cares Center, went out on Monday. It is a 2-week comment period. It does end on August the 17th, and KRCC board was notified as is required by our countywide planning policies. And then lastly, the Pinnacle project, you may have received a letter. There was a request that that project be added to the agenda this evening. I just wanted to share with you because it's drawn a lot of public attention, and for anyone listening, we did have it scheduled to go to the Planning Commission and to our hearing this month with our hearing examiner, who is the final decision maker on this project. We have sent out a request for revisions. It's our fifth request for revisions on this project. So we do not have those meetings scheduled for August. We don't have any tentative dates at this time. We do have a web page where you can get the most up-to-date information, and you can also see everything that we've sent to date. But I just wanted to share with you all that project is now in the applicant's court and we're awaiting revisions.
Heather, could you just ever so briefly describe where the project's located and the size of the project?
Yes, I'd be glad to. So the neighborhoods that it touches that are notable are Baywatch and Crystal View. It is on SR 305 and near the Johnson Roundabout. It is a 42-acre site, and it's currently proposing 137 single-family detached homes.
Thank you, Heather. Anything more to add?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Our Parks and Recreation Director, Jeff Osmick. And how is your new puppy Honey doing?
Well, she's great. I'm not sure if I snuck her into her photo. We're about to find out. So good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council and community. I will be relatively quick here. I just want to share some great news, and then I'm going to address Mr. Millard's concern at the end of my comments here. So give me just one moment. I'll hit share. And maybe come on slideshow. All right, just a reminder. Hopefully this is going to turn larger. There it goes. Tuesday is our grand finale with Kalimba. This is a national touring band for Earth, Wind, and Fire. Highly recommend 6 to 8 p.m. down at the waterfront. As the mayor said earlier, we've had a terrific year thanks to a great community turnout, terrific partners, and awesome sponsors. It has been hopping and fun every time. Moving on, this is new. So hey, Tuesday, right after the show. So our show is at 6 to 8 with Kalimba. Approximately around an hour later, 9 p.m. is the demo project for the drone show over Liberty Bay. I want to say thank you to Councilmember Newell for your comments. We will adjust some messaging about the light show. We already have a press release that's out, but that's just one touch point. We'll add more on this. And I really encourage council and the community to read the press release. There is such great information about our partnership with Peninsula School District students. I won't say more to that. It's great with this partnership, what we're doing. Just real quick on this, this is the best viewing is going to be at Waterfront Park, but if you can't make it, it's too crowded, whatever it might be, the drones will be approximately 200 to 300 feet in the air, so you should be able to see them through town. But you want to be oriented southeast looking towards Waterfront Park, just the way that it's oriented. If you're in Liberty Bay, or you may not get the best viewing, so try to be on land on this one. It'll be a good show. Summer Nights has been great. So just showing we've had, 600 to 800 people every single time, which is outrageous and incredible to see the families. Our team and our commissioners have been in attendance. Same with our council members. They're not in this photo, but other photos. And we have consistently, this is neat, our youth zone, we have 40 to 50 kids. We count them actively participating every single time, including 2 dads that really wanted to build the tallest large Lego. And I did check with them and they were watching for safety so it wouldn't fall. But that was a fact that their kids were really happy. And you can see what our waterfront park looks like when you explore our wonderful boardwalk that we're working on a grant for. Let's see here. Yes, the perk. So we had a privilege to attend a site visit from our wonderful engineering, city engineer and public works director, and got to see firsthand what's going on with the perk and the wall that's being built. So to the right, Josh, am I stealing your thunder? Did you have photos? No? All right. That wall is the edge of the field, right? And to the right of that fence is where the path will be that winds alongside the property for the walking and circulation path. And this gives you a sense of how different the site looks right now. Things are happening at a quick and wonderful pace. So thank you to our terrific partners in engineering and as well as building. This is just the coolest thing ever, by the way. This is one of our camps where kids create these crafts and they come up with their own fairy gardens and they name them, and it gets better. Not only do they come up with fairy gardens, they also make miniature magical dirt cake. And yes, that is dirt cake. And then they brought staff, including yours truly, dirt cake. I love camps in our building. It's just kids are so happy and parents are invited, and there was a whole show of what they presented. This is a new event that came to Waterfront Park that our public will talk a little bit about. This is the Putt Putt Clash. Some of you might have come. I know our finance wizard Deb Boer came down and attended, and public works director, a number of others came down. But participants build little putting courses. And it was overwhelmingly popular. They raised several $1,000s for fish line. Our very own Josh Jones from Public Works built an exceptional contraption. That's him and his wife. And I just need to show how this contraption works. I did not do a video, but this contraption, that ramp, they hit it up that ramp on the left-hand side, that blue ramp. It then goes above the golfer, and it zigzags above the golfer because it's a space.
You land on the moon.
You land on the moon. It's a space theme. And it zigzags. Then it drops down where that gentleman in the white t-shirt, and he's got to navigate with this large lever where the yellow golf ball has to drop. And if he navigates where it doesn't fall off, it falls into the center of this, and it comes out like inches away from a hole-in-one on the moon. He had over 75 people waiting to play on this. If you see Josh Jones, have him, and I have videos, but have him just talk to you about this. Also, make sure you come next time and vote for him. He somehow lost the best contraption by 2 votes. So come down and vote for Josh. I'm allowed to say that. And that's those updates. So there we go. Okay, let me do 2 last things, and then here we go. It's smoky, so staff are monitoring the air quality index. We are notifying parents. We're putting things out on Facebook. We are actively monitoring. So in case you hear questions, our Facebook is updated. We have that guidance. We're sticking with it, and that's why we ran events yesterday, and that's why we're running programs. If people who are sensitive to smoke feel uncomfortable being out there, completely fine. We can do a prorated refund. We give them the choice to make the decision. Just want to make sure council knows we take it very seriously, and we empower the participants so they don't miss out on any funds. Now, to address Mr. Millard's concerns, I want to first thank him for his constructive feedback. He's been in touch since May on a number of issues over at Lions, and it's been wonderful having his feedback and sharing his observations. So since May, since the start of summer, there has been overwhelming use over at Lions because this is the only pickleball court that the city owns that's public. And so the community's coming together and the hours are a lot longer. Until the perk comes online, we won't have other courts for folks to go to. Unfortunately, because this is the only court and it's summer and people want to be outside, folks have been a little overzealous in their excitement to use these courts. So for council's awareness, earlier, we had a concern about a backboard that when people hit it, it echoed like a drum across the neighborhood. We met with staff and we talked to the pickleball community. We talked to the tennis community. We make sure we get informed opinions before we make decisions. And so we took that backboard down to the delight of the neighbors and to no detriment to any of the players. We also had some concerns about amplified noise where players were bringing stereos because they want to play music while they're doing it and enjoy it, but they're playing it at a very loud volume. So we have had a pickleball advisory coalition for a number of years now, 2 or 3 years, I believe. We reached out to them. There are ambassadors down there, and we've also added signage, and the amplified noise has been rectified. Actually, the neighbors are very pleased to see that. We've passed it on to our pickleball community. I'm just giving you a little bit of background that it's a work in progress, that we're communicating and that we're being active about this with all those who it touches. The other area which led to Mr. Millard coming today was an observation that some players are just a little overzealous and they're showing up at 6 in the morning, 6:24 exactly in the morning to play pickleball. And while parks are open dawn to dusk, 6 o'clock is too early to be making any kind of noise, and it doesn't follow where our allowable construction activities start, which is 7 a.m. So we've been working with again, the pickleball player community, our Park and Rec Commission, the tennis players, city staff, as well as Mr. Millard. And here's a couple things that we have found out. And I skipped ahead a little bit. He also had shared a concern about that the courts might be in violation of SEPA, as well as our city's noise ordinance. And I did check with our wonderful colleagues in planning, and just so everybody's clear, we are not, it's a good concern. People can ask those questions. We want them to ask those questions. And importantly, we want to make sure we're giving them the accurate information. Not in violation of SEPA, and it doesn't violate our noise ordinances by people playing pickleball. Before 7 a.m., people shouldn't be playing. Now, what resonates with his comments that we've really been diligent on is our focus is addressing the intensity of use at Lions, because it's the only court until the perk comes online. So after talking to everybody, here's our, and I talked to Mr. Millard right before he left too, and I shared all this information. So he's going to share it with neighbors. So this is for council and our community here. We are going to be piloting some court-specific hours. While parks are open dawn to dusk, we just want to provide guidance for folks who may not know that the court times are allowable when construction starts. So 7 a.m. So hopefully that nips it in the bud with people starting at 6 a.m. during summer. I don't anticipate this issue in other times in the year. And we also, because peak summer, it gets dark much later, especially in July, about 9:30 up to 10. We're saying 7 a.m. to 8:30 or dusk, whichever comes first. That allows neighbors to have rest in the evening. It's usually not an issue late in the evening, he was mentioning, but it can happen. And we're going to pilot this, see how it goes, and then we're going to stay nimble, and we'll adjust as needed to what users need as well as what the neighbors need, because we all need to work together to be able to provide these services. That is my updates. Those are my updates.
We have a question from Councilman Eckert.
Is that intended to be all courts citywide to do that, or are we just thinking Lions?
Just Lions. Thank you, Councilmember Eckert. And it's Lions just because it's a little bit closer in proximity to the neighbors, and it makes sense. We can always change the times, and we're actively engaged with the pickleball community. They understand. They've been wonderful partners. We're actively engaged with the neighbors. So it's just piloting this. I would anticipate when the perk comes online and 4 new courts that are lit, demand will shift and we can reassess Lions. Does it stay a multi-use court? Do we reduce the pickleball striping, or does it become the only city-owned tennis court?
Right. Well, I was thinking like the basketball court at Rob.
And he also mentioned, what about Rob? Well, I'm very pleased to say that when we go through our pros plan, we'll be doing a community-wide assessment and we'll be determining what Rob should be and what other parks should be. So we need more courts. Just want to put it out there. We need more courts, but we need to know where they're going to go, and then make sure the funding's in place, which council has taken great steps into ensuring we're meeting the new growth, hence the new courts. Great question.
Question from Britt.
I think what you're suggesting makes sense as a start with those trialing those times. I'm curious. I'm not a pickleball player, so I haven't looked closely, but I know many improvements have been made to that court over the years. Is there a lock on the gate that makes these time limits enforceable, or is this just signage at this point and hoping people follow through on that?
Signage. We don't have the staffing to do the enforcement, but what we can do is if it is a consistent issue where folks are, just like dawn and dusk, if you have put folks in the parks when it's not allowable, it's a police call, right? Because that is the mechanism. You're not supposed to be there. I would just hate to burden our police with, you're not supposed to be playing on the courts right now. But if it's a noise complaint, just like construction, if someone is operating at 6:15 in the morning with a jackhammer, yes, that's a phone call, for instance. So signage and awareness and communication is our efforts.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Jeff? And anything else to report, Jeff?
No, thank you, Mayor.
And I note we have only 3 other meetings in August to call on our own Public Works Director, Diane Linnaeus, before we will depend on her calling on us to see her. So calling on Public Works Director, Diane Linnaeus, and it's good to see you, Diane.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. Good evening, City Council. I just have a couple of updates tonight and an introduction. I'd like to introduce somebody. I'd like to let you know that our own Charlie Roberts and Rachel Bowen were successful in obtaining a stormwater grant for water quality for Knoll Middle for $340,000. We just heard that. And that was Charlie's strategy, and they worked together to make that happen. So you can congratulate him when he comes up tonight. And second, one in Charlie's arena, I want to let you know that the Gateway Sewer Project will start August 17th. And that includes the 11th Avenue Sewer, but they will start on Gateway first. It's a small contractor, and so they waited until later in the summer after they finished some other work. On our list of things to do that are important this week, we're meeting with KPUD to talk about long-range water planning and capacity. So that'll be interesting. And we're also meeting with Kitsap County to talk about sewer and our big project, which is the $24 million investment in the Central Kitsap Treatment Plant. Continuing on with good news, I would like to introduce our building official. As many of you know, I've worn the hat of building official for quite some time, and fire code official. We're, as the city, we're responsible for everything related to enforcing the code. And the fire department works in partnership with us for anything associated with operations. So Matt, if you could come up here. There's a spot for you to sit. Matt Logue joins us from Port Townsend. He's been with us 1 month and he's still here. And I want to officially transfer the hat from mine to his for the building code official and the fire code official. I can say in the last month, it has been so fun to hand off some things for him to solve. And he's been working with Alan on a smooth transition, and I'm very happy with the choice that we made.
Welcome.
I'll let him introduce himself and maybe give an update on Oslo.
Welcome, Matt. We're anxious to meet you as a group.
Thank you, Matt Logue. I'm happy to finally work where I live, not commute. So as much as I love Port Townsend, I love it here more. So 4-minute commute isn't too bad. And it's great meeting all of you. I met with the superintendent for Oslo Apartments today, and they are having their first concrete pour in foundations next week. And so 400 and over 60 apartments are kicking off. They estimate 3 years for the build out, and it's looking really nice over there. So thank you.
Well, I want to express a big welcome on behalf of the council. We look forward to having you up here. From time to time, we will try to ask general inquiries of you, but I don't want to push on the envelope that you're still with us after 1 month. So we're just going to act very docile and welcome you here tonight, Matt. And we're so glad you're carrying out that important work.
Thank you so much.
And Diane, what else do we have? Mike Lund. Come join us, Mike.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to give you a quick update on the chip seal project. We're halfway through. The rock is down. Unfortunately, the onyx that we're putting down is a couple weeks out, but for the most part, we've had pretty good comments from the citizens. We've had a couple of concerns, but for the most part, everybody seems to be pretty happy. We've been bothering people up in Matt's neighborhood, so he's happy. So it's going to be a nice project when it's all said and done. Once the onyx gets on there on the 17th, they're going to come in the week of the 17th through the 22nd and spray that down, and then we'll get the stripers back in and restripe 9th Avenue and 6th Avenue and go from there.
I just want to repeat, those of us who have been on the campaign trail, I refer to last year and other cycles, by far the number one topic at the doorstep are traffic, but more than traffic, it's roads and the roads they live on. And so this is an extremely important topic. And I want to point out, and I think council was copied, Mike, on your response to Ryan on our
Councilman
neighborhood street.
Patrick was on that one, I think.
Mike penned an amazing overview of the program, the history, the application, and the reality of what's happening on their streets. It's something you probably want to copy out and carry with you because it's a great reference. It has a tally of all the streets, but it has the history of the program too. Anything around that score, Mike?
No, I mean, that's what a lot of people don't understand. It's, we'd love to go in and overlay every road in town and make them all beautiful. It just comes down to dollars. Simply don't have enough dollars to do what they do. And so many of the jurisdictions and municipalities around the country are going more to this style of preservation because they can't afford to go in and do overlays and stuff like that as well. So yeah, people get it once they start thinking about it.
So Mike's report in the form of an email to a concerned citizen, but it's actually a report, a white paper. Wouldn't you agree, Michael? It's just a tremendous thing. Refers to, it was just 10 short years ago that the council deserves credit for leveraging the issue against a reluctant city to take money out of our general fund and allocate it for neighborhood streets, because that's the one money that there's no state and federal grants to leverage against. We're on our own. And the city was most reluctant to give up leveraging on arterials and collectors where we could obviously increase the value of local money. And the council held its ground, and it started off with what the financiers called bank capacity, had to do with a fire levy that had gone out, and there was some additional capacity the city was afforded we hadn't spent, and we've managed to grow it from 150,000 to what, Mike? About 750,000?
We get about 400, a little over 400 a year, 450,000 a year. So we've got some money in the bank for the next couple of years projects, but yeah, we only do about 450,000 a year, somewhere in that area, right? Yep.
Yeah. So I want to give a lot of credit to the city council as a body for coming up with a priority and having to stick by it. It took 5, 6, 7 years to get it up over the top, multiple annual budget cycles. Debbie will remember that, but I know our citizens are benefiting from it. And Mike, thank you for standing by with your patient explanations. That's what it takes.
Yeah. No, it's actually, it's fun to sit there and explain it and let people know. And it's nice to let people know, council started this program in 2016 with the funding. Our first project wasn't until 2018, so only a short 8 years ago, and we've done a few projects since then. This was our biggest project by far. And, it's a learning curve on everything we do. And there's certain things that we can do to try and keep the cost down. If you try and do other things, the costs go up for other requirements. So.
Anything else, Mike?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you all.
And Diane, are we going to hear from Josh Rains tonight? Anything else to report, Diane? Diane, you make sure to keep a copious list so that in the next 2 city council meetings, we make sure we hear from you, not only on existing reports, but to the degree you can, where we're going and where you see it going from your important experiences.
I appreciate that. And Mayor Stern mentioned that we have 3 more meetings, and I promised a smooth transition. So Rob and I are working on that.
Excellent. Let's switch over to the other department table. We'll start with our city clerk, who's Kim snuck in. Where'd you sneak in from, Kim?
Was sitting in the back row as always. So
the safe area.
That's right.
Kim, our Director of Health, Housing, and Human Services.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Good to see everybody. I know Chief Harding said a few words about National Night Out earlier this evening, but I just wanted to say a few words about it from my perspective in Housing, Health, and Human Services. For the 3rd year in a row now, we were invited to stand up our recovery tent at National Night Out, sending the message in a very predominant way that here in Poulsbo, the police department considers recovery as much a part as policing as accountability. And I'm just so proud to be a part of a city where the police department and H3 work together, not only behind the scenes, but in such a public way. We also had 2 members of our court staff helping us serve up the strawberry shortcake. And again, showing the close collaboration between court and H3 and our court's interest in offering alternatives to prosecution when appropriate for people that are looking to have a second chance. And then I want to tell a quick story because it made my day. I came into the center this morning. There's an older gentleman that comes into the Recovery Cafe. I'll say his name is Peter. Peter is a beneficiary of the Rest Park program that council decided to support several months ago. Peter had the best night of his recent memory at National Night Out. Kara Hess sang. He was so appreciative of her music that he came up to say thank you at the end of her performance. Somebody from her team learned that he was homeless and living in his car, gave him a t-shirt. He came in with his Kara Hess t-shirt today. He sat at one of the tables just making conversation with a family. The little girl was very interested in talking to him and learning about what it's like to live in the car. By the time that conversation was over, Mom had split her hamburger in half to share it with Peter. Dad had given a hat from the back of his car to Peter, and Peter felt like he made three new friends. So it was a very special night for me in a lot of ways. And I'll be coming to council next week to talk about a plan of getting homeless people housed at the direction of Mayor Stern, and just experiences like this and understanding how the people of Poulsbo stand up and support people that are struggling was very moving to me, and it will be a part of my presentation next week. So thanks.
Excellent news, Kim. Thank you for sharing. Now I'll turn to my left and we'll start with recently returned, the vitally refreshed and tanned City Clerk Rhiannon Fernandez.
I have no comments to make as usual, but I'm glad to be back and it's been a long time. So thank you.
I saw her yesterday and she was just absolutely beaming. I had to do a double take. Is that Rhiannon? Oh my God, Rhiannon, look at you. So we're glad you're back, Rhiannon, and your staff did a great job in your absence. I want to say that. Information Technology Director Brooks. You've been looking into hacking, cybersecurity, and other protections for us. I know that.
Yep, and spoke with most council about some stuff going on in the world, but all's good here, and also happy to have Rhiannon back.
Any questions from council so far? We're going to move on to item number 8 on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. And I will read from the qualifier. All matters listed within the consent agenda, and there are many items tonight, have been distributed to each member of the City Council for reading and study, are considered to be routine, will be enacted by one motion of the council with no separate discussion. If separate discussion is desired, that item may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda by council member or a citizen request. Otherwise, we act on the entire list. And this tonight is items A through items Q, many of which are minutes of meetings. Council?
I'd be happy to make a motion.
Please.
Mayor, I move to approve consent agenda items A through Q.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. We'll have a roll call by name on this, starting with the left. Councilman Newell.
Newell, aye. Tabor, aye.
Livedall, aye.
Eckert, aye.
Thomas, I.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Thank you, Council. We're moving on now to the business agenda. There is only one item on the business agenda, then we'll have a break and reconvene for study workshop. And Tony, thank you for being patient from resources there and there. The business agenda is State Route 305 Sewer Force Main right-of-way consultant contract. And this will be Charlie Roberts. And let's take a moment again. Charlie, great work on the grant application, your team. That is what keeps the city functioning and adding value to our residents and taxpayers, that you're bringing in money from the outside because it's been deemed worthy and competitive. Thank you, Charlie.
Appreciate that. So the agenda item before you is the to hire a right-of-way consultant to help us acquire a couple of easements for the SR 305 sewer force main project. As a reminder, that's a big sewer project that runs along SR 305 from about Tollefson to the Johnson Parkway roundabout. It is a necessary capacity upgrade that's been planned in our CIP. And so as part of the design work, we're about the 60% level and kind of getting into the details. Our consultant identified the need for some additional temporary construction easements on a couple of properties. And so we have reached out to RES Group Northwest, which is a licensed right-of-way consultant. They're the ones doing the work on Knoll Road for us, and requested a scope and budget to help us negotiate those easements. And so they will negotiate for us and we'll bring forward a purchase and sale agreement, you know, and all that when we get to that point. But this is to bring them on board to negotiate and value those easements for us. So entertain any questions.
Questions of the council? And not seeing any.
I don't have a question, but I just want to reiterate how important the work is that you all do. And thank you for, again, getting more money. I don't know if you guys saw, but Colorado just declared a town abandoned. Every elected official in the town resigned and they haven't been able to drink their water in a month. And so a citizen, now granted, it's only a town of 30, but one of the citizens petitioned the state and basically said, dissolve our town. And the county absorbed it. And it was based on the fact that their water wasn't drinkable. And so just, this is sewer, but you're also water. And so I just want to publicly thank you for everything you do.
But Public Works water guys.
Thank you, Rick. Councilman Tabor.
Mayor, I'm happy to make a motion.
I'd be happy to entertain it.
Move to approve the consultant contract with RES Group Northwest in the amount of $30,430.23 for the right-of-way services on the SR 305 Sewer Force Main Project and authorize the mayor to sign the contract on behalf of the city.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion of the motion on the table? And not seeing any, I'll start to my far left, Councilman Newell.
Newell, aye. Tabor, aye.
Livedall, aye.
Eckert, aye.
Thomas, I.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Thank you, council. And that completes
Thank
the
you.
business agenda portion of our council meeting. I'll reiterate, there will be a public comment period at the end of the study session. I'll note that it is now 6:25. We will break for 10 minutes, reconvene at the lower table for study session at 6:35. Council will be reconvening here in just a moment. And we are reconvening the city council meeting. We are now in our workshop agenda mode. We have a number of items tonight we'll be considering. There will be no action taken. The first will be a report from the Kitsap Community Resources. Then we're looking at city branding. We're going to be looking at a special events review, request for an exemption on intoxicants. We have a budget amendment from our courts. Then we have a Journal Technologies case management software presentation, also from our courts, Public Works Facility Consultant Contract. And then before ending, we're going to review all our council liaisons and ad hoc committee selections now that Councilwoman Thomas is with us. So on that note, let's go back to the first item, 10A on your agenda tonight, and a presentation from our friends, the Kitsap Community Resources. Tony.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is that good? Now we're good? Cool. That one too?
Go ahead and reintroduce yourself,
Okay,
Tony.
great. I'm in stereo. I'll turn this one off. Thank you for having me. My name is Tony Ives. I'm the Executive Director with Kitsap Community Resources. I'm here to represent our team and our partners, which you guys are part of our partners. Before I start in this presentation, I just wanted to acknowledge what you said about housing and affordable housing and the importance of what we're all trying to do together. And 3 years ago, a group of collaborators, the Bremerton Housing Authority, Housing Kitsap, ourselves, Kitsap Mental Health, Kitsap Public Health District, and St. Vincent de Paul. We all came together to talk about housing in Kitsap County and what to do. And this includes the county and our local politicians. I remember about a year and a half ago, the Department of Commerce, the former director, Joe Wynn, called and said, hey, come to Poulsbo. Let's talk affordable housing. And you were in that room. There were just a few of us, and we were talking about this. So this problem hasn't gone away, and there's still solutions. And man, I'd like us to be at that table if it's at all possible. You got me excited, frankly. So this is an issue that is hard to solve, and it's not just about shelters, but it's a continuum of care from shelters all the way up to affordable housing. So we're ready to go. The Department of Commerce helped us formalize this with the Kitsap Public Housing Public Health District. So they kept asking about it. And remember, the Housing Trust Fund was there with us. So I'm excited. So that being said, let me just jump right into KCR. So we're Kitsap Community Resources. We've been around for about over 60 years. And we're part of a network. We're community action agencies. So what does that mean? They're community action agencies all around the United States. Here in Washington, there's 30 of us. That includes Centro de la Raza, Oli Cap, and Port Townsend and Port Angeles. I mean, we're all over the place, and we're all trying to do the same work. So we don't do it together. We don't do it by ourselves. We do it together. We collaborate together. So we're trying to pursue better opportunities and leverage resources that we have. So this is just a snapshot of some of our departments. So Housing Solution Center, that's right with coordinated entry. We refer folks that need assistance. We refer folks to other agencies or help the folks, the residents and their families that need it ourselves. But of course, that's with assistance from the county, from the cities, like you guys, and from the federal government. I'll tell you a story, and this is a story about someone on your team, and her name is Kimberly Hendrickson. She'll reach out to us and to all of our partners, said, hey, there's a mom and her daughter. I was in the woods and we found her, and let's get together and try to help this. This just happened like 2 weeks ago. And so there were like 5 organizations on a weekend that we were all talking about this, and all that's gonna house her, put her in a hotel, put the family together, and then reunite her with their family somewhere else. And that's what happened. It's because of your team and our collaboration. So it's It's something important that we work together because we can't do it by ourselves. Next thing we do is weatherization. A lot of folks don't know that we do this, and we're trying to do it better with a collaboration with the Suquamish tribe, with seniors that need weatherization here. That includes just insulation even, and air conditioning systems. The Department of Commerce said, oh, maybe we have an idea that we have funding for air conditioning if you guys can help us run that program. So I think we're going to be able to pick that up. WIC, Women, Infant, and Children. It's a great program that's sometimes have issues from the federal government. So last October, when there was a budget crisis, again, we all came together with Kimberly, with the city of Poulsbo, Fish Line, and all of the food banks. We met in the KCR offices and said, how can we prevent families from getting cut off from necessary food resources? So St. Michael's and Virginia Mason came together to help us, and we all collaborated together. Really cool thing to see. Energy assistance, of course, with LIHEAP and PSE, Puget Sound Energy, helping families that need to pay their bills. Employment and training, we do that in multiple languages. We'll talk about that just a bit. We're kind of expanding our programs. That includes the city of Poulsbo, and then early learning and family services like Head Start. So this is our year last year. Well, it's been a lot of time on it, but I have to say our team works hard, and we're proud of what we do, and I'm proud of our team, and we can't do it ourselves. So we helped 210 veterans. That was with the support of Kitsap County, 30 caregivers through our kinship program, almost 8,800 families with energy and weatherization, 2,300 kids with our Christmas Angel program. I just have to say again, St. Michael's Foundation was instrumental in that. 796 people through our employment training division. And then another snapshot with WIC, almost 3,700 families. Our mentoring program, which is about to expand, and that includes here in the city of Poulsbo. Our Meals on Wheels, a lot of people don't know we have a full service kitchen downstairs in our main building in the city of Bremerton, and we prepare Meals on Wheels for seniors and for Head Start families, and it's active. The Meals on Wheels, they contract through us. We prepare all the meals. There are farm programs that and local organizations like Grocery Outlet that gives us their vegetables that they can't quite sell. We turn them into soups and our salads and healthy meals and send them on the road. So it's a really good program. Of course, our shelter referrals and our transitional housing just to help people from avoid evictions, about 1,100 folks. And yeah, we do a lot. This is a snapshot of our last needs assessment. So a couple of the council members mentioned something, and I want to point this out. How many folks that live here that work here that can't afford to live here? Okay, so last time we did this, it was about 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago. And I remember we were in Bainbridge Island, and the Bainbridge Island Foundation said, hey, look, we want to try to track this. How many people can't afford to live here even though they work in City Hall, like here, right? So we put something on our survey, on the needs assessment, zip code where you live, zip code where you work. So we're doing that again. And it to me, it called out attention when two people said that here in the city council, that the people can't afford to live here, even though they work here. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about the results of the Poulsbo demographic from the last needs assessment. So basically said 633 people said they didn't really need any needs, but housing, this is 3.5 years ago, 25 folks had issues, 19 folks had mental health issues, 20 folks had healthcare issues, and that includes OBGYN and other things, right? Transportation was a big issue. That includes Kingston. And in fact, Kitsap Transit took the raw data, identified some routes, like there's a route that goes from an apartment complex down to the ferry, and there was only one at the time. So it identified, oh, well, maybe we need that route for that just to help people get back to their houses after they go to Seattle, right? So utilities, of course, that's another big one, but we do utility assistance. Anyway, this is a snapshot of the demographic in Poulsbo that was represented from our last needs assessment. We do these every 3 years, and it's mandated by the Department of Commerce. They're basically our boss, they're our oversight. And I'd like to suggest that I'm looking at the fonts here, and they're all merging together. All right. So we have a housing navigator here now in the city of Poulsbo working with Fishline. We do a BEST program in 2 different languages, Spanish and English. Okay, and that's here in the city of Poulsbo. We're working very closely now with the North Kitsap Recovery Cafe. Notice cafe is spelled with 2 F's. My director of marketing, he's Albanian. I like, hey, what's up with this? Oh, that's how they spell it there. Well, okay. I just have to say that. All right. So, okay. So what is our needs? What is the CNA? So this is the community needs assessment. The time that we did this before, it became one of the most robust needs assessment that has ever been done here in Washington by a community action agency. So we had over 4,200 respondents across zip codes, across demographics. And the reason why we decided how we had that success is we decided to do it like the census. Go to the churches, go to all the partners, go to all the local governments, which we've done right now. The last one that I need to do is the city of Bainbridge Island, which is next week, but the county's got it on their website. The city of Bremerton, everybody's tracking this, so they're trying to help get the data, because it's not just us that needs the data, the raw data and the outcomes behind that. It's also small nonprofits that write a grant. And so they'll go and grab the raw data off of our website, off of KPHD's, Kitsap Public Health District's website, and then write their grant. So they're trying to attract that into Kitsap County as well. So what we're trying to do is identify needs and priorities. The last time it was housing and housing services, affordability around housing. The second one was access to information and resources in various languages. The third one was medical care, including mental health. And the fourth one was transportation, frankly, and transportation routes, especially public transportation. We did survey groups last time, 8 survey groups. We're going to duplicate that, either 8 to 10. We did one 2 nights ago at Kayak, Kitsap Immigration Assistance Center. There were about almost 20 folks there with their kids. It was in Spanish and Mom. It was very interesting. And the week prior, we did an unhoused population, which was also very powerful. So we have more established and more set up, and these run through October. So this went live July 6th, and it runs through October. Then we have epidemiologists coming in to help us write the survey, help us write the results, track the data so we can measure the data. So some of the questions are the same, so we can measure the difference and the impact. So clearly a lot has changed in 3.5 years, not just the cost of housing, the cost of my rent, for example, or just the ability to buy food, but other things have changed. So if you can track that, and if you can track the impact that you make. So I have to say I'm impressed with the city of Poulsbo because of the housing and housing services and the homeless services and the mental health services that have happened. I'd like to say it's because of our survey, but I think it's because of your team, and data helps, and data helps us measure our impact. So the idea is to publish this in February, but it may be March, and this is what we're doing, basically gathering community feedback, identifying the greatest needs, I hope we can duplicate what we did before, 4,000 or 4,200. But man, everybody's getting surveyed to death these days, right? I mean, even if you buy a hamburger, they want to know how good it was. So so then, really, no, I'm serious. So we're trying to identify the most urgent needs facing Kitsap County, right? Trying to guide KCR resources and work with our partners together, because we can't do it ourselves. We leverage resources. Then it feeds into our annual impact and our strategic plan, which is always 3 years. So the CNA that guides the strategic plan. Strategic plan basically just takes what the priorities are in the community and how we can impact that roadmap. So this is a dashboard. I think I've already shown you one specific to Poulsbo, but you can go onto our website and just start clicking on dashboard and figure out what you want to see. What we want to duplicate or replicate rather is the measurement and the impact of what we're trying to do. So we were talking about, the council was talking about the difference between deus and dias, okay? Okay, pues, bueno, we have this in Spanish too. Last time we did this in foreign languages. Esta vez tenemos en dos idiomas, la verdad. So English and Spanish, and thus the focus group with Kayak a couple nights ago. So I'm not going to spend much more time. I appreciate being out here because it's been a while, and thanks for having me, and thank you. All right. Does anybody have any questions?
Great to see you, Tony. Thank you for a great overview on Kitsap Community Resources. I have two questions
Yes,
while
sir.
council formulates any they may have. Number one, what are the impact of any on federal cutbacks that are affecting your agency?
It's like you can ask me that question tomorrow too, right? So Head Start, for example, is a fight, and so even though we have contracts, it's still a discussion about language and if they will fund it after a certain point of time. There is one program that seems to be safer than the rest, and that's weatherization because it's bipartisan. Housing is also an issue because of HUD and definitions and how you measure things, right? And even right down to tracking individuals and families, and whether we do that or should do that. Right. So we work very closely with our legislators, and we work closely with the state and national agencies to partner and advocate for our community, for Kitsap County. Department of Commerce is very close to us, and they help us with messaging as well. But Mayor, we're not living in an easy environment right now, but we're here.
And Tony, my second has to do with your voice matters. Su voz importa. 15% of our population of Poulsbo is Latin, Hispanic. And without sorting through citizens and residents, I know there's more than a little concern, if not fear, in the community about responding to these. So I'm a little worried, Tony, about a skewering that could take place between your 23 survey and the upcoming 26 survey, and how you might otherwise mitigate or cure that, or at least account for it.
You know, that's why it's important that we're out there. We're forward facing in front of the community. I speak Spanish, and do you remember when there was the mobile home park? They had an issue about 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago. You guys, the city of Poulsbo, called us, and Blue Bills and a few others, and we called Commerce and said, "Hey, can we get some funding? Can we help?" And we mobilized, right? And there were a lot of families there that were Latino, and they were scared, right? This was 3 years ago, right? So a couple of us walked around, knocked on the doors, hola, ¿cómo estamos? And talked to families, and they were still leaving. But that was 3 years ago. Look, even in our Head Start program, this is the issue we face. But Mayor, all I have to say is we confront it. We are forward facing. We talk to the community, and we try to be there for folks that need that assistance. Okay, so I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow or next year, but what I can say is what we're doing now with our partners.
So we have a batting order: Doug Tabor, then Rick Eckert, then Doug Newell.
So me and my 3 siblings were all Head Start kids.
Oh yeah,
to a single
cool. All
mom,
right.
In California, and I wanted to see if you
What
could,
part of California?
Pittsburgh,
Okay.
Vallejo.
Yeah. No, Bay Area.
Yep. Could you explain to the public what Head Start is and why the program is critical?
So our Head Start program, we have over 200 kids, and it's 0 through 5, and we do a lot with Head Start as far as early childhood learning and education, and also working with the families, working with the mothers for their kids. This includes diapers. This includes reading. We had 3 new board members who came on board, and we went to one of our classrooms, and this is over in Moine, Rosemary Moine by the Y in Bremerton, and it was a really cool experience because the kids are learning how to read in 2 languages, frankly, and that's pretty valuable. And the interaction with kids, especially coming after COVID, because a lot of that disappeared and the kids reacted differently. So we're still overcoming that. But it's a great program, and it's important that it sticks around.
Rick.
First, I want to thank you for calling out veterans and caregivers on your slide. Both important to me and impactful. And I just point, and you pointed about WIC, there was a point where I was a junior sailor, 2 kids, single income, and I was on WIC. So those 2 things, they coincide. People don't always realize that. You can be active duty military and still receiving those benefits.
So I got to tell you, oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to cut you off.
But go ahead.
So Head Start and WIC, there are plenty of military families that are right on the line. And so we were trying to work with the shipyard to figure out the way that just because you're just a little over income, your husband or wife may be overseas and you're barely squeaking by. So we're still trying to figure that out, how to deal with this. We're fortunate because the county, Kitsap County, is always supporting our veterans program, and we've grown that program in the last 2 years thanks to my team and our staff. Right, it's great. I'll tell you about the veterans program. The bar is low. Let's say my car needs to be repaired, and I don't really have the resources. They can just call us, fill out the application. We'll help you take care of it, right? And that's just one example.
Yeah, no, I said I appreciate it. Appreciate you broke that out, because I've asked a lot of the folks that come and talk to us at community-wide things. I asked that, how many are veterans? And a lot of times they don't know the answer. They have to go look. So I appreciate it.
Do you know what? A lot of folks don't even know we do this, but our manager, Marcus, he's fantastic, and we have a presence all through Kitsap County. So I'm glad I'm on this forum. So you mentioned it. That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then, and I don't know enough to educate, but when we just toured the Port Campbell Scotland Health Center, they were talking about how they're a pilot for a community aid nurse. That's not what it was called, but it's essentially that. So you talked about working with Suquamish. You may want to reach out to Port Campbell, because this is a program that doesn't exist in very many places yet. And they're at the forefront of it and piloting it and kind of learning how it's going to work.
Is that with the Department of Health? Or?
It's with the Indian Health.
Okay.
And within their own community health center, and they're writing, I think, the policy as they go. So it might be another good partner for you.
Yes, sir.
And then just the last question, you mentioned energy assistance, and I just wondered how, with the increases we've seen in PSE rates in the last year, how has that affected your ability to help folks with their utility support?
We support these programs. So low-income housing and energy program is called LIHEAP, and also PSC does support this. There's several pots of money that support families. Some of them are harder to navigate than others with the bureaucracy, if you can imagine. But we try to, when you walk through the door, our team works really hard to match you up with a program that's easier. So if I'm late on my electric and it's threatening to get turned off, we'll pick up the phone and call, right? So that's a relationship we have with the local utility companies.
Doug Newell.
Yeah, Tony, appreciate your passion. There's a
I appreciate yours.
There's a lot of us that care, and that's what makes this community strong. With that standpoint, as I see you working through to a strategic plan and the landscape is changing and how we interact with the various resources is changing, I was wondering if it might be appropriate, Mayor Rob, for us to at least reach out on your legislative priorities, both for the upcoming long session and for what's going on in the U.S. Congress, so that if there's a chance for us to align and reinforce and work together as we go, hey, here's the challenges we see, here's the help we need, to be an additional voice, just offer that up as we, work together, but work from a legislative. I am very sensitive. I saw the stuff about a Head Start. You saw it. It's criminal.
Yeah.
But that just keeps coming. So how do we work within the state of Washington to pick up the slack? I think you're struggling with the same things we are.
Yes, and I'll say yes, but also no. So you know what our job is to bring attention to Kitsap County, and we're doing it. We've done it, just like that meeting that we had, right? So you were talking about new programs, pilot programs. The Department of Health, that's why I asked. They reached out to us and said, hey, through coordinated entry, you guys run coordinated entry in Kitsap County. It's cool. Can you help us do a pilot program for 3 years? It's around mental health and healthcare with the unhoused community. We started this last November. Our director, Ali Moyer, is Ali Randall, rather now, is running that. And we're in front of the Department of Health all the time. We have resources that flow through them, and we'll see. I don't know how that's going to go 2 years from now, since it was a 3-year pilot program, but we're trying to roll out the policy to Washington State. There are resources out there, and we can't do it ourselves, but we leverage all of our partnerships together. So I'm not a pessimist, I'm an optimist, right? So here we are, okay? And I appreciate you inviting me, frankly.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for Tony? Tony, we appreciate you. We appreciate community resources. You help stand up the community, and we intend to help stand up you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you for having me. Rob.
The next item on our agenda, brand unification update, and that refers to City Administrator Gelder and some staff and consultant on reviewing our various community outreach efforts by the City of Poulsbo.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Just wanted to take this opportunity to introduce a couple of guests this evening. We have Terry Bacciuello and we have Shiloh Schroeder. So this is our dynamic duo that has taken the reins of trying to have a conversation about branding and how we can try to pull our various looks and feels of the city together. And if you recall, we have a couple new council members that weren't part of the discussion last year, but this was actually born out of some work that a task force did in parks. They were looking at sort of all of the various looks, images that they had. And Jeff brought this forward to me as an idea for a potential budget amendment. And I said, you know what, in my few months at that point in time of being with the city, we had a lot of that going on elsewhere. So how about if we actually dedicate some funding? $15,000 was appropriated to sort of do this brand unification work. We were fortunate to have Terry already helping us out on a casual labor basis with Public Works, and then we tapped her because this is in her wheelhouse from all of her years in local government, et cetera. And then we went out for an RFP to actually get a graphic designer who could actually help us pull this whole piece together. So with that, I'm happy to turn this over to Terry and Shiloh. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Good evening. Nice to meet y'all. Yep. Good. Oh, okay. It timed out. Timed out. I'm Terry Becciuello, and this is Shiloh, and I'm going to introduce the first part of the presentation, and then she's going to bring home her design expertise to this. This is an overview of this project and where we are, so a status of it. This is not, we're not bringing forward any kind of final decision. We're just looking for some input from you guys on what we've done so far and to get your feedback on that. The goals of the project are to make sure that the mark that you use to represent the city communicates the sense of place and reinforces the public's trust, functions effectively across a wide range of applications, maintains cohesive municipal identity, provides flexibility to allow the unique roles of the cities and departments to be identified, establish consistent visual standards, and improve brand usability across print, digital, signage, and vehicles. And participating in your meeting tonight, it's really clear that the city is arriving at a new stage of its development in its history. And so a brand is a reflection on the history of the city and also tells people like how to think about them now. And you guys are trying to accomplish a lot of important things, and the brand should tell that story. The project overview, we developed a project management breakdown for it, and we have completed about half of the work, which really was setting up a representative team of staff for each department that we have been working with, developing a charter and scope for the project. And then we did discovery on all of the different logos being used in the city and by other groups in the city, and assessing the current logo. And then, of course, we did the RFQ, the request for qualifications, and selected Fusion. She's a very talented marketing person with a lot of years of experience. Plus, she has a lot of experience in Poulsbo and Poulsbo community and brings that insight to her work. Then she's been working on the design direction, and we've continued to, we had a second meeting with our staff team and explored some initial logo concepts. But we felt it was time to come and talk to you guys about what we're doing to make sure we stay on track and scope with what you guys want to accomplish. So right now we're working on the logo concept, developing color and typography, generating a department framework, like how to use the logo, because there's a lot of different sort of sub logos in the city. Some of those will continue to be used for programs and things like that. So how do you use those two things together? We want to make sure that we generate templates and examples of how to use it for things like PowerPoint or documents and stationery and business cards, because there's a lot of different forms being used. And that will all come together in a graphic standards guideline manual that is distributed to staff and is used. It's pretty standard. And then we've also been inventorying where all the logos are. So for instance, in here, there's a logo on your window, there's a logo on that sign, and then there's a beautiful piece of artwork there. So we're looking at all the logos across the city to see what the visual impact is and whether the cost of replacing it is warranted or appropriate. So in the cases of like a piece of artwork, that's part of your history, so you may not want to replace that. There might be logos that are easy to replace, like on the back of your mission statement, but there might be logos places that would be more expensive and have less visual impact. So we're going to make a recommendation on how to implement that. So that'd be the last step in this process. So the project schedule is an update to City Council tonight, and then we'll have our second meeting on design with the project team. It'll be our third meeting, but the second on the design and actually looking at some logo design concepts. And then in the fall, we'll complete the rest of the steps. And so far we have done a brand assessment, and Shiloh did this work to actually look at our city and community's use of the logo, what it all means, and how it's representing what you are today as a community. And so this, I think, is a good point to turn over to Shiloh to talk about what challenges have been identified in the current logo, and then kind of what the next steps are, unless you wanted me to do that. You're
up to you. I mean, I think it was the first meeting that actually was prior to me coming on board, but that kind of established people's feedback as far as any challenges that they've run into with the existing logo. One of the big challenges is you have a logo that has a lot of color in it. And so printing can be cost prohibitive in certain aspects. And I mean, obviously we see so many different versions of it because of that. So it also, the scalability issues when you're scaling this current logo down to something small, like a favicon on a website or other small, it doesn't really reproduce well. It kind of just becomes a little blob. So it can have issues scaling. And this was all feedback that we received. So one point of feedback was the shield shape of it reflected more emergency services vice a municipal brand, which we noted here, and then again the colors. So that's kind of just the quick assessment of sort of the overall feedback from the core staff group that was put together. So yeah, with the civic identity, our goal is to convey public service and stewardship, successfully represent all departments and programs, include motifs that read as heritage, avoid visual similarity with non-city local traditions, and distill the current brand into something potentially a modern symbol rather than a literal depiction. So that was kind of what we've taken from that feedback. So let's see, direction. So our feedback resources that Terry did the work for was obviously doing some initial studies, surveys, and emails, and the project committee. So that's how she captured all that feedback. So from that, we're looking at sort of the feedback we received from folks was that obviously any sort of iconography needs to still root symbols within the Norwegian heritage, but the hope was a more modern expression of that. A note in color scheme was that blues and greens should be more of a primary to reflect our area being a lot of water and trees. Effective scalability was another comment. There's some folks who had a point of Viking ships sort of being something aggressive or that of invasion. So there's a lot of folks go either way with that one. So, but it was a point that did come up in the feedback from folks. And then obviously, clearly it needs to be professional and inclusive of who Poulsbo is these days. And then avoid a very high color palette. So something that can be simplified, that can be a single color, 2 color, or maybe 3 color at most, with eventually in the brand building out some sub colors, but within the core logo itself, it should be sort of limited on how many colors it includes.
And I would add that on the avoid attributes associated with invasion and aggression, the second committee meeting when we met with people, we did hear a little bit more stronger voice towards continuing to keep some relationship with the Viking ship in the logo. So we're continuing to work with that. But there's just a mixed bag on if there seems to be a stronger correlation with Little Norway than Viking City, but our logo wouldn't have either catchphrase. It would continue to be used however it was being used now. So now we're looking for direction or
oh, sorry. Do you want to go into the logo examples?
Yeah, that's next.
Okay.
So this is a section where Shiloh's going to give you some examples of different ways logos are designed for municipalities, some examples throughout the state. And then we'd like to get your feedback at the end to see what kind of strikes a chord with you, or what are your thoughts right at this point? Thank you.
Yeah, so what became clear after one of our meetings was just sort of a design literacy of like what to expect in a logo and what a logo is. So there's different sort of types of logos, and so the following slides will kind of give other municipal examples of that. But we have like an emblem, which is sort of a traditional seal, similar to kind of what we currently have. You'll see that with a lot of cities or government agencies where they'll have sort of a seal and then maybe a more modern logo. There's also what we refer to as a combination mark, which is more of a strong word mark, meaning that the text is much more prominent and paired with a graphic rather than integrated with one. So, so here's examples of some modern emblems. So this sort of takes forward sort of our current logo in a sense of something that encapsulates the text, but simplifies it in a more modern approach and is something that can be presented in a two-color form.
And that you can scale it and use it a lot,
something that's
right?
scalable. The Spokane one is a little less strong on that fact, but the point still stands that they all work well in single color or two color and are a little more modern approach. So here's some examples of combination marks. So as noted, the text becomes a little more primary to the logo with the icon. The nice thing about this is it gives a lot of flexibility for placement, as well as the icon itself can be pulled and be sort of separate and be recognizable. So this is sort of an option for direction, and some good examples of how some other cities have done it well. And then, so here is another sort of idea that presents both paths, in that we have something that's more of a seal that kind of is similar to something maybe we currently have, potentially more of a roundel like one of these, but then also has that combination mark to set. So they work together as a family, but can work separately in different placements, just depending on use and need. And then, so here's where we really wanted to present to the idea of a city preserving a seal, so an older version of the logo perhaps, and implementing a more modernized version of it. I think the city of Seattle did it obviously really well, where they have their original seal and they've really modernized it. So they both are clearly a family, but one is preserved as that original seal. City of Tacoma went even further, where they've brought Mount Rainier forward, but simplified it much more. So these are some considerations that we've been reviewing as far as the path forward for Poulsbo.
And the seal is used on things like embossed proclamations, more official things, more formal, and then the logo is more forward facing. And there's, literally 100 different ways your logo is used. So it has to be very versatile and not take over design when it's being used with other elements. So our current emblem is let's see, 2D.
Yeah,
two O's, too detailed to work cleanly as an everyday logo, and it's caught between a seal and a brand. And some people still like the iconography in that logo, but there might be ways to abstract that or to modernize that. Poulsbo has evolved, and I mentioned this at the beginning, and could benefit from a more modern logo that really reflects where you are in the city's development, while still embracing your history and who you are in a sense of place. One option that we kind of keep returning to is keeping a seal and then having a modern word mark combination logo, so that you have both, kind of the best of both worlds. So that's pretty much all we were sharing with you today.
Yeah, that has gotten you up to speed.
But we wanted to find out where you're at with this conversation, so we can bring that forward to our next steps.
Okay, I got a batting order here, and let me be the leadoff batter and use my position as mayor, but I'm speaking just for my own opinion. My first reaction, Terry and Shiloh, was the old axiom: if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? But that only gets you so far. I will say, personally, for me, being associated with the city for more than a decade or two, the tri-cornered shield as a shape speaks to Poulsbo in a glance. It's just well identified. So what we do inside of that tri-cornered shield, I'm willing to, there could be simplification like removing the cloud and etc. I also find City of Poulsbo repeating with Viking City to be redundant, mentions in 4 words city twice. So we're giving up other concept, like you mentioned Little Norway. I totally agree with that. I do think the opportunity, because I deal with the letterhead every day as the staff does, it just says City of Poulsbo and then it has the emblem. Something could be done on that secondary City of Poulsbo. And I do remember 25, 30 years ago, we didn't have block writing. It was more italicized. I won't call it Europeanized, but italicized with a little more style. But I do think, from my perspective, maintaining the tri-cornered shield, this town is nothing if not about tradition.
Would that be for a seal or for the word mark? The reason I ask is the border kind of limits the design in things like use in stationery and in flyers and things like that. It kind of takes the focus off the whole. So I wonder if we had the cornered thing with the seal and then maybe had a different word mark version. What do you think of that concept without trying to design it here?
I kind of go with simplicity and unification, but now let's turn it over to council. I have Doug Newell, Doug Tabor, Rick Eckert, Michael Fitzpatrick, Layton, and then Britt will bring up the bottom of the batting order because she'll have something by then. So let's start with Doug Tabor. Doug?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Or is it Doug Newell?
Yeah.
You said Doug Newell.
See, there's a problem with blending. We have 2 Dougs and we lose our identity that way. So we need to work on that.
Oh.
If you could go back to the slide that has city of.
There we go. Okay, are we? Slide. Oops, not that screen. To use the mouse.
Sorry.
There we go. I just was touching the screen. Yeah.
I guess from the standpoint of visual recognition, as I look over at Councilmember Eckert's shirt, I can tell at a glance that that's Poulsbo. I can look back at Chief of Police and I can look at his thing and I can tell at a glance that it's Poulsbo. When I look up at City of Bellingham, you could put City of Poulsbo there because there's nothing unique about what's in that graphic. Same thing with Port Angeles. A sailing ship and a couple of mountains, that could be us also. So right now we have an emblem that's highly visible without having to read it. The add-on is it says City of Poulsbo. And so however we evolve this, I would be hesitant to end up something like City of Bellingham where, maybe you just have the brothers there.
Yeah, those are very clearly generic, but the point was just more the shape and that they're paid. Like there's 2 options in one.
But
yeah.
I'm giving this, you offer them up.
Okay.
That to me doesn't convey something. Now I have to have not just look at the shape. Because it doesn't tell me anything. I have to read. And so I guess just from that
More of an instant.
yeah, because we have that today. I mean, there isn't a whole lot of people, back to what the mayor was saying, have the tri-shield. Now, if we come up with something different, but I can tell at a glance because it's different that it's Poulsbo. And that's just
Fair.
I'd like to be able to have that distinguished because we have it today. I don't want to lose that.
Was it Doug or Rick next? Doug Tabor, then Rick Eckert.
So my biggest point is, what is the estimated total cost to transition city signage, uniforms, vehicles, digital assets under each proposed brand unification program? And like, I look at this big metal logo up here, that's awesome. Because I'd like to weigh that cost against other programs that we're gonna have to say, no, sorry, we can't have, there's no funding for that program. And understanding the benefits of changing this and weighing those against that. And then also the last point you made made me realize the benefit of keeping the seal and adding a logo to solve, kind of both problems and what the cost of that would be, which I would assume would be much less because
Yes.
then we could keep the current seal and as things get deprecated, replace it with a new logo instead of, getting rid of everything.
Yeah.
And then last but not least, the unique value that we're actually, have Norwegian heritage and, we have a Viking statues, we have Viking festivals. I don't think we have actual Vikings. I don't,
No
I
one's
think that's-
saying
I think
get
that's
rid of
valuable.
Vikings.
Yeah, I think that's valuable.
I think
So,
the rumor mill has been speaking about that, but nobody's saying to get rid of Vikings.
amazing. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Rick?
Yeah, I won't lie. I wore this shirt on purpose tonight because this was on the agenda. Because like Doug said, it's easy to call out. And one of the reasons I wore it again is the thought of what you said is cost. Because it's not just cost to the city, it's cost to our employees. I mean, a lot of our employees have shirts like this that they paid for. So we have police uniforms. So there's a lot of things involved. Whatever we decide, whatever change we make, assuming we make a change, there is a cost. And so I do like the idea of, I'm not sure I completely understand the difference between two mark and a logo and a seal.
Emblem versus the combination mark.
Yeah, so I do like the idea of keeping a formal seal and then having something that's more unitary because, yeah, some of these images are hard to put on a vehicle.
Yeah.
And hard to use. And like you said, we can do it as a replacement cost, not a sweeping,
Right.
go out on a Friday, replace everything by Monday.
Yeah.
Because that would be a whole lot more expensive. We also we talked about color as far as complication and scaling and busy, but I know the folks over on that table have already been looking into this with our digital aspects. There are stuff coming down from the state as far as requirements for visual acuity and contrast to people being able to see it. So whatever we do need to keep in mind, everyone has to be able to see it.
Yep.
And understand
top
it
of mind
and
for
be
me,
able-
yeah.
So we can simplify it. We don't want to simplify it too much, and we don't want to simplify it the wrong way. Because then we have problems. But I think modernizing the day-to-day probably makes sense. And then keep the seal for the history and the more modern.
Mhm.
Maybe simplify it, not necessarily have the exact, but like you said, take out a couple of the elements, make it a little simpler and easier to use. But yeah, I mean, like I don't even know what that would cost to replace because I'm sure it cost a lot in the first place and it's a whole lot more expensive now.
And I would call that art. We will do like I said, an inventory with to make a recommendation on how you do it. I don't think anybody's recommending a wholesale replacement of
Yeah, we would just move that somewhere else. Probably we wouldn't get rid of it because it's
Yeah,
art.
it's beautiful,
But
yeah.
we've got
And it's part of your
things like that everywhere.
Yeah.
I live in the city. Our garbage cans have the logo on it. Like
Right.
that would be a nightmare.
Well, that would probably change, Diane.
Maybe.
That's another conversation,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's just, we got to do this smart. It just-
Yeah, well, and that's obviously too why we're here tonight to kind of get that feedback as well. There is a good case for preserving the current logo as that sort of seal for the city, so it can be continued to be used, but have something that's a little more efficient for day-to-day use on letterhead and on the website and things of that nature. So that's what we're here to explore with you all.
Michael, Leighton, and Britt.
Well, and we haven't even talked about the mayor's wardrobe. I mean, this is going to ruin his closet. He's going to have to throw out all of his shirts and his hats. But more seriously, some of us were recently at the AWC annual conference, and they do the procession of flags. And being the youngest of the bunch, I got tagged as the flag bearer. And as I was standing back there waiting my turn, looking at our flag compared to the other cities, I mean, we have far and away one of the best logos. Some of the other visuals are frustrating, I'll put it that way. And so I do think if we're going to change, we need to maintain that distinctive, high, unique standard. And I think part of what makes the logo unique is that there's something mythological about it. And I know I'm probably killing the deputy mayor here, but I'm looking at back on your emblems page, if you want to go back to that. So the best one here, I think, is the city of Spokane, because they do have an iconic landmark that's really recognizable. We have Liberty Bay. I suppose I could imagine if it was reimagined where it's really visually distinctive that it's Liberty Bay and you've got maybe a tiny little Viking ship docked somewhere in there. Okay, maybe I can imagine that working, but whether it's the landmark or the mythology, those are the things that make the logo not be generic. The rest of these, like Eugene's, it makes me feel blah. And the city of Spokane, at least I know who that is. I know the bridge. I know exactly where the person would be standing to have that view of the falls. And so that's nice. And so something like that,
Yeah.
so that we're maintaining the distinctiveness that I think we already have.
Okay.
And Layton.
I'm going to try not to repeat everything that everyone said, because I do agree, especially with the shape. When I saw this presentation, I thought I need some background on why we're having this conversation, because I love our logo. I loved our logo in terms of just its quick visual. However, Britt, I am with you that I think exploring alternate representations is worthwhile, staying within the overall look of what we have, both from a budgetary standpoint. We don't need to rebrand everything and replace every logo. And if we have something that can be phased in, that feels far more responsible to me. But I also don't love the conquest imagery associated with this fiercely sailing Viking ship. I mean, it's beautifully drawn. You get the movement in it, but I don't know that that's what we need to be portraying as our city. So I would like us to explore other options that are equally iconic and linked to the little Norway identity that we have within the shape. I was surprised to also not see red being discussed as one of the colors. I mean, we're looking at these logos, they're all blue and green. And we are blue and green. It's
Same
beautiful.
color for city.
It was just
color-
called of your survey.
It is
That
very
was pretty
safe.
much what everyone said is blue, white, and green.
Yeah, that was also part of
But
it.
almost
yeah.
everybody's got blue and green. It's not very unique.
Yes,
Right.
so just for what that's worth, I
Yeah,
think we should explore another accent at least.
different color.
It's only with some trepidation I call on Deputy
Just
Mayor Liv
red
Dawson.
green is the most,
Michael killed her earlier.
red green is the most common color blindness. So we do want, that's the color combo we have to avoid.
Britt, if you're still with
Yeah,
us,
red is
if you'd
tricky.
share your thoughts.
Yeah, I've been here long enough now that I'm not going to pull any punches. So get ready, guys. I am an elder stateswoman, but you know what else? I grew up here. So, I mean, I love Poulsbo. I grew up with the Sons of Norway. I danced, I rode in the fake Viking ship, and was offered the, whatever it was, glog, like, I guess I just really don't feel like the Viking ship itself is emblematic of us. It feels, what I meant to start with was, Terry, was it you that wrote the survey? Who wrote the survey that went out? I loved that survey. I put a lot into my responses and I just felt like they were really insightful questions.
Like what season is?
Yes, I'm creative. That's really who I am. So that spoke to me at my core. So part of my response was that it just feels really overtly masculine, and a Viking ship feels really masculine. Yeah, you can argue with me. I know there were shield maidens and stuff. That's fine. But Vikings weren't here. So just from like that, yeah, from a historical standpoint, I really struggle with that. And yes, it's kind of mythological, but it's just not accurate. And when you start kind of looking at places in Norway and how they represent themselves, like they're not using Vikings. And, so I mean, I don't know. I think there's going to be lots of ways that I'll have to concede on things. I mean, you all make a fair point about it being a unique shape. I don't know that I love that, but I mean, I get what you're saying, that at a glance, it's Poulsbo and not somewhere else, but it does really scream of law enforcement and first response to me. And I also live in that world. And so I don't know. There's so many thoughts, but I think we are on the right track. I've heard some expression of like, why are we doing this? It's not broken. I've seen over the years the way the departments in the city have had to come in and kind of like, I feel like fill gaps of trying to represent themselves in our logo. And it's just piecemeal. And I really believe that we need something that all the departments can get behind, in a simplified way.
Yeah, 'cause
So,
if you look at the landscape currently, there's a lot of not alternative, but like completely different logos being used on a lot of things. So it's like, on one hand, everybody's like, well, we love it so much. Don't take it away from us. How dare you change it? But on the other hand, it's like, well, but you're not even using it.
right.
So because it doesn't function. So we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater here, but we want to find something that brings us forward while potentially preserving this, but also make something that represents what Poulsbo is today.
Yeah. At my core, I'm not afraid of change and moving forward.
I'm a fan of good design.
Yeah, I am.
All I'm
also
here
a fan. Yeah, and the Viking City, I was pretty clear in my survey response that Viking City as a, what do you call that?
It's kind of a, I don't know, tagline. or
Tagline,
something.
yeah, it just doesn't, I don't know, that doesn't get at it for me, so.
And we're not, we are, Norwegian is the core heritage, but we're not exclusively Norwegian, so it's
Not at all.
getting super into that where we're not really representing all of Poulsbo.
Yeah, what our demographics actually look like.
Yeah.
Right.
But is there a symbol that would represent the diversity we find? I would suggest
No,
you would end up with.
Potentially, but we did, so in the second meeting, I did a lot of research into sort of Norwegian like heritage motif. And so I presented those at the first meeting, and while some folks did like a lot of different of the ideas that were presented, it all got pulled back to so one of our concepts was actually sort of the Viking ship prow, sort of more of a modernized like symbol, abstract, like it's still very iconically a Viking ship prow, but not like the full ship. So the feedback thus far is pointing in that direction as a potential. So that's kind of something that we're looking at as something that's like a modernized abstract to continue our heritage, move it forward, but in a way that's a capacity that's more functional.
Can I ask a little bit more about this? And this is a question for Britt as much as for Terry and Shiloh, which is, when I was a kid, Norse mythology was one of my favorite topics. And there's a lot of symbols and imagery and stuff there that you could pull from. And I'm thinking if you wanted something that's, less masculine, I'm just thinking of like the Yggdrasil tree. We're also a city of trees.
Yeah.
That's a mythological imagery that connects to that heritage that I think presents very differently. And I'm just curious to know if we've gotten very far away from the ship in terms of thinking about that possible.
When we go back to the.
Can I interject in full disclosure? His wife works for Stanford, which is a large tree, and I see a conflict of interest.
We haven't gone back to the committee with any further elaboration on the original concepts, which were very conceptual.
Yeah, we
wanted to hear what you guys had to
we
say.
threw out a number at the initial one just to kind of get people's gut reaction to see if anybody's wanting to change or do anything, or like, here's other ideas and just some exploration of that. So,
I think another way of putting it is that what we're really asking of council this evening is some sense of the architecture, right? In terms of preservation and a modernization. If that is it, then we can take that as our charge to kind of go and explore possibilities to bring back to the table.
My vote is most economical.
I will note for the record, it's 20 to 8. I know Rick wants to say one thing, and then we need to move on. We have 6 items, including the courts.
Okay, I just want to make sure Britt was finished before. I think the first slide is the most important part of this, and that's unification. So, I mean, that's what we identified as
no
there's
matter what
way too
happens,
much
it'll
different
happen.
things going on. So we need an effort that brings us all the departments, the whole city together, which, yeah. So, and yeah, I think like Viking, Norway, we often point out other Scandinavian heritages. So I think if we leaned more towards Norse and Nordic versus a specific country, when we do the proclamation for Sami people every year, thank you. Finn Hill, you know, we have Swedish heritage, we have Norwegian heritage. So maybe if we leaned it more towards a more general Nordic, and there is a Yiddish show at the library, it's just not very big. But something like that might be able to bring a lot of the things we're all saying together, simplify it, still make it unique. We could still keep maybe the shape, but with a different content. But and I'll also just say something, because we've already talked about it within art. But the Bay is definitely the center kind of the city. So if we took the Bay combined with a more Nordic theme, we might be able to bring a lot of the ideas together in a way that makes everybody happy.
So I think
And
that
not cost us
gives
too
Terry and Shiloh a lot of notes. I know it
Yeah.
did Rob because he has carpal tunnel syndrome.
It
I
was
see
great.
that.
It was really great.
And
Thank
so
you
we'll
much.
circle back. We'll
Yeah.
wait to see what you generate out of this, and we thank you very much.
Britt,
Thank
did
you
you
all.
want to say anything in response though to those last couple ideas? I just didn't know if we had said anything that felt resonant with your comments at the end there.
I guess essentially what I feel like is that most of council doesn't really think that anything needs to be changed majorly, and I'm open to major change. That's all I'm saying. But
Right.
I'm just one. So if you guys don't agree, then I can't like.
But like
I
the
can't-
tree or the bay, would that be
I'm-
major
yeah,
change
I'm
you'd like?
actually open to all
Okay,
of that. Yeah,
okay.
I'm not stuck on anything.
We're going to move on to item
Thank
10C,
you.
special events review, and then we have a request for exemption, and then we need to get on with the courts out of respect. So special events review, and Jeff and Emily, or just Jeff? Thank you, Jeff.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and community. I could be expeditious. All right, let's start with the special event review. We have 3 events coming up here. We have Poulsbo Kids Day on September 12th. This is an annual event hosted over at First Security Bank. It's usually well attended. They have about 1,000 people. If you haven't gone, it's a good one to go to. And it's over at College Marketplace. Pencil in 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. and arrive somewhere in between there. Our next event is Poulsbo, which is going to be the second agenda item because there is an exemption request that we'll cover. Poulsbo is on Saturday, September 19th, starts at noon, runs the 6th down at Waterfront Park. And this is a beloved event put on by the Chamber of Commerce. This will be their 3rd year down at Waterfront Park. They see great attendance. They'll have a couple bands in the pavilion, looking around 400 plus people. Then we have Viking Fun Day. This is a new event. So I want to talk just a smidge more about this. This is September 26th, Saturday, 6 to 8 p.m. Oh, I'm wrong. Hang on. 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. This is a Viking heritage event with defensive demonstrations and shield walls and blacksmithing and games, and not to distract from this whole conversation. And an ice cream truck. The council did not discuss an ice cream truck. And this is going to be down about 100-something people down at Waterfront Park.
And I've heard our high school is the Vikings too. It is. Okay.
Wonderful. And there is no bonfire for this fire ban. So those are the three events and just early awareness of some upcoming events. Oktoberfest is coming up. The breweries have changed around, so they're coming up with some new ideas on October 3rd. And I won't go over the other events. These are the ones that we have permits and the application packets. There are about 7 to 8 more events. We are halfway through 47 events this year. Yeah, it's really neat. Thank you. And that concludes my quick and expeditious update on special events.
Questions for Jeff on special events? Go forth and prosper, Jeff. Doing a great job.
And I'm back.
Or just yet. Exemption approved.
Let me propose the exemption.
So that can be moved forward, council, or it's just an advisory. Request for exemption is next.
Great. Thank you, Mayor.
That's gonna
Thank you,
require
Council.
an action at some point.
And so I'll be very quick. Poulsbo, which you just heard about, was requesting to utilize Waterfront Park for beer garden for 21 and over. Any alcohol at Waterfront Park needs council exception to the ordinance. So I'm here because this is just now the 3rd year to move it forward quickly to get council concurrence. Should this go to the consent agenda later this month?
Consent agenda.
Consent agenda consensus.
Under
Bring it
60 seconds.
forth.
Thank you, Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Are you going to be
We're
bringing,
gonna
you said
move
halfway
on
through
to
those
the
47?
Budget amendment
Ed,
and
real
it's-
quick question. You said halfway
have a
through those
question.
47, that's under your new plan for not loving waterfront to death. Are you going to bring us how that's working at some point?
Yes, there'll be a short update in 2 weeks about Waterfront, not the full events, but about the turf at Waterfront with staff recommendations in 2 weeks.
And let's bring forth now the budget amendment. It's going to be a courtroom door replacement. We'll hear from Judge Davey and Amy, our court administrator. And then we're going to move on to an important question, the Journal Technologies case management software. Judge, Amy, welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us. It's not the most exciting request, but the first request that we have is basically now having been here since January. Granted, it was not my court before. Now that it is my court, I do have a request, and this is a safety-based request. Go ahead and throw up a picture. With the ongoing issues, our courts don't have bailiffs, and they don't have any there is a security guard outside that is, they are outside. They do a fine job. They screen folks. They try to keep everybody protected, not only the judge, the staff, as well as those that are in attendance. They are on the outside and they do a fine job. What I'm finding and what is usually customary in all the courtrooms that I've worked in, even before getting to Poulsbo, is there is an entrance to the courtroom behind the bench. There's many reasons for that. One is the judge isn't then walking through the crowd to take their ceremonial place. I'm not one for getting overly pedantic about the policies and procedures, but it is a formal court. But the main issue is safety. So we have a picture that we added late. The police department was so kind to help me take a picture. So if you haven't been over there recently, this is a picture from where the gallery is, where the folks will sit and watch. And you'll see the ramp up there to the bench. And in front of Officer Espinoza there is the clerk station. So we have the clerk station and the the bench. Most courtrooms, and I understand why when this courtroom was designed, they will have a door so that the judge can enter from the back and staff as well. It's really a safety thing because one of the main and one of the few tools that we have from the bench, I have words. And when those words aren't enough to maybe calm down the situation, et cetera, the next thing I have to go to is de-escalation. And the best thing that a court can do, and we're all taught at judicial college, et cetera, is if things need to be slowed down so that everybody can regroup and we can de-escalate, the judge will simply call a recess, we'll go off the record, and you and the clerk can easily then remove yourself from the courtroom. As you see from this picture here on the far left, that is our only entrance. It was not designed with that idea in mind. That is now a badge required access. I understand why. I'm not asking to remove the badge access. We share a hallway with the police department. Definitely understand and agree that that needs to stay there. But the reason I had Officer Espinoza stand there is oftentimes when people come up at the conclusion of their hearing and they've not had the best news or the ruling that they were hoping to come from the court, they can often be excited. And their ire can be turned either towards the clerk and or myself. And if you can see by my precarious position there, I cannot de-escalate. If I were to get up to remove myself from the courtroom, I actually have to go into the person. And that is not anything that I want to have anybody perceiving me doing. So basically, after speaking with facilities and maintenance, we identified that even though that ramp is there, oh, and if you can show the other perspective, I tried to put a little Post-it on the wall to show you where we're trying to get a door located that I think, given the current build out of the room, would be the best place to have a door to come and go from. Again, it would still be badge access controlled. So in the picture here, we're looking for.
Where'd it go?
It went away.
I did. But, oh, there it is. Sorry.
All right.
Thank you.
So if you see the clock on the wall there, she's got the mouse. I kind of put a Post-it there, but if we are able to put a door there, even though it's not behind me, it's still not going to make me walk towards or through somebody that we simply need to de-escalate the situation. It also allows the clerk easy access as well, should they need to leave. And after speaking with facilities, et cetera, we chose specifically not to use the back door. I believe there's some physical impediments, maybe some extra wiring or something. Also, because the bench ceremonially has to be raised, if you were then to make a door, you'd fall about a foot into the hallway behind. So it's just not a good option. So in speaking, consulting with facilities and maintenance, they said the best place would be to the right of the door. I'm sorry, the right of the clock there. And that would allow us safe ingress and egress. And I think their figures were about right around the $8,000. So they would reuse the same door and they'd have to rewire, but that would allow the safety request.
Rob, are you asking to do anything with the ADA ramp since it's directly feeding into the gallery?
Well, it would require, basically, the ramp there would have to be removed. Now, is the I'm not aware that the ADA ramp for the judicial position is necessary. I don't know how that get introduced. I've never been in a courtroom where there was a ramp to the court bench. Again, I wasn't here. We are where we are. I would love if that ramp were out of the way. And it would also facilitate this. And they said that as part of this, now the rest of the ramp from there, I believe they were going to put a step at the beginning or make it stepped. I can't imagine why we would need a ramp to that position.
I agree.
So-
We have Doug Newell, Rick, and then Michael.
No, that was my only question. I was like, the ramp's got to go too, because to your point, you're going to got to lower the level. So
Yeah. And they also had, and I didn't think about this as well, because that door will
That's all.
open up into the hallway and there's another doorway. They had to make sure they didn't hit. That's been considered as well, but that's also why it's shifted down about 3 feet instead of right in the corner. Because originally it's like, oh, in the corner would be great, but
Yeah, and I was just gonna, if you were gonna close off the end of the ramp so that, because now you got it, that's obviously the exit, but if you were gonna have the door back, that put a base on it so that people can't come up it to get behind the bench.
right.
So I don't know if that was part of the plan or.
Did talk about this.
Oh, right. I did forget. As far as, it'd be more, it wouldn't prevent somebody who wanted to go past, but kind of a swinging door there at the base of the wall towards the clerks. It would just be more of a visual identifier. Hey, let's not go back here unless you need to. Yeah. So anything to slow down. And again, the idea is to de-escalate.
Michael?
And just to make sure I understand the project, you're not just adding a door, you're removing the other door and that'll be sealed off.
Yes.
So
Yes.
there'll be no access to the police station from that side except where you're coming in.
And oddly, I was told that was cheaper because we could reuse the door. And I had no idea how expensive doors were. This is all new to me. And
Even though they're filling in that other section, it's still cheaper.
I believe it is. Yeah, because it's just drywall at that point, but that's not my subject matter expertise.
Rick and then Doug. Tabor.
Layton first.
Oh, Layton, are you on the? Okay. You'll learn to wave your hand vigorously and throw things at me. Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Michael, Doug Tabor.
Michael Doug Tabor here. Quick question. So I just did a quick Google. I just said, if a city were to get rid of a ramp that's used only by the judge, is that violating ADA? And it said it was. And that was, again, just a Google search, but worth following up. Last thing we want to do is, get rid of an ADA ramp that then have to put it back in that we didn't know of. The other question was, could we, what would the cost be of moving the entire courtroom's configuration so that door is behind the judge? So moving the bench to be against the wall with the clock on, is that insanity?
I'm not saying it's
Rob
insanity,
is
but that would
shaking
be
his
a
head
heavy lift.
vigorously.
Not only,
Okay.
I mean, now let's let's say money's not an object.
Yeah.
What that would allow us to do is reconfigure, because there are some other quirks about this. I mean, that's not what this meeting's about, but if you go to the jury box, even though they're swivel chairs, they can't swivel because they're jammed together. There are many different things that, again,
Sure.
I wasn't here. If we could reconfigure, sure, but I don't think that would be, yeah.
I have a question for Debbie Boer. It's a budget amendment. It's drawing funds from which fund or line item?
It is drawing funds from the general fund reserves.
General Fund Reserves, Council. And the estimated price tag, Rob, is?
I believe it was $8,000.
Isn't it about 8,000? Yeah.
Mhm.
And I'm relying on
And that's
facility
just,
studies.
yeah, that's what we received from facilities.
Yeah,
As long as we double check the 88.
absolutely. Again, I'm going from, I've never been in a courtroom that had its own ramp. I know that it was built when was the courtroom? 2010.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a matter of there were code changes by then, but I would, again, I don't do federal law, I do local law, but why for a one-person position at a time? And well, I'll look into that. Yeah.
It was designed for district court.
Hmm.
Any other questions, Council? Leighton?
Removal of the door, is there any, if de-escalation, you leaving and that still is not sufficient, having to get somebody out that door, now the only door is back in the corner past anybody that's in the room, is that
Yeah.
now a concern?
There are multiple doors. So the
I
main
guess there is
foyer-
one from where we're looking and the
Yes.
corner.
And in fact, where they're back to about another 7 feet behind this perspective, there's a door there.
Okay.
Oddly, and again, not the scope of this, but right next to there is a closet that's been reconfigured to now be the defense attorney's office, which is in the courtroom, which is not excellent for private communication. But again, not purpose. There's a door there. There's another door, which is the main door where the security is. And then, so I think there are 3 doors if I'm accounting for them all. But we're not looking to add a 4th. We want to move that.
Thank you.
Any last?
Yeah, and I would just, along the same veins, because Diane brought it up earlier about fire code. So I would say we need to make sure that that's not considered a fire exit in case of emergency. Just that we don't.
And we just relied on facilities to help direct
Yeah.
us with this part. So
Yeah.
I'm going with their knowledge and
Yeah.
expertise.
I said, just because she mentioned fire code earlier, it made me think of it, that, we're not taking away an existing fire exit. But I mean, it's still bad. Requires a badge, so it probably isn't, but
yeah.
Just some.
Oh, because there used to be a push bar on there and they actually had to remove that for the security purposes and badge that door. But again, it's better to know than just guess.
We can.
Any other questions?
We can
No, I
take a look at the fire code and all that other stuff
Yeah.
just to make sure. If that door currently meets current fire code, moving it over 6 feet into the same hallway isn't going to change anything.
Correct.
Okay. And our goal is to make this the least impact possible, but try to get a little bit more.
So I think this can be moved forward to the business agenda with those stipulations, conditions.
Consent agenda.
But I wouldn't suggest consent so that we can review it a last time, or what is the will of the council?
I'm trusting the professionals
Yeah,
to
trusting.
dot their.
Trust that they'll follow up with
Nice.
the question.
Okay.
I would say they're going to address it, and if they've addressed it, they'll put it on consent. If there's a problem, then they'll put it on business.
Perfect.
That's how we'll proceed.
Again, I need to, that side of the house, so over here, and tell me if we're not following the decorum or if I need you in. But what I'm hearing is, it's looking at possible consent as long as we can verify that we're not violating any.
Good. Now we get into a larger item. This is Journal Technologies Case Management Software. I've had a couple meetings with the courts, both here and some of the other cities. Judge and Amy, if you would walk us through the situation.
So thank you for having us tonight. We do recognize that we are coming somewhat out of the budget cycle. We got direction and help from City Administrator Gelder and Finance Director Boer to see the best route to move forward. The reason we are asking to come before you now is because we are potentially looking into some contractual obligations, and it is going to take some time to onboard to a new case management system. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the judge for a brief introduction.
And again, thank you.
You have to sit forward.
Oh, sorry. I'm so used to my voice kind of carries in the courtroom as well. So I appreciate we're here kind of late and you guys do a lot of late nights. So I'm going to make this a little brief. But if you have further questions, please let me know because we have so much information about what we're getting from other courts about what is happening that I don't want to make that the crux. I want to tell you why we're coming forward and what we're really asking for. And if we want to get into more of the nuts and bolts as to why we are so concerned about what's being pushed upon us, we can explain that more in depth. But AOC, so for some context, I want to explain. AOC, Administrative Office of the Courts, that is the organization that oversees all of the court operations. Superior Court, Appellate Court, Supreme Court, and then the courts of lower jurisdiction, which are the district courts and our municipal courts. Courts of lower jurisdiction have their own software system right now. It is a system that has been in place since '89. It's still a terminal service. In other words, you open up, it's multicolor, it's all text and keyboard, there's no GUI, and that is how it has been since about 1989. All the courts are able to input and send, I think it's like VT52 terminal, honestly. So not only the outflux of capable programmers that are retiring to keep the system going, the state has finally said, we need a new system. And the reason that this cohesive system is so important is because all of the courts need to be able to rely on interdependent agencies. When we have a conviction, we need to be able to send that conviction went to DOL. So DOL has to be able to see that system. State Patrol has to take care of all of those records about convictions, et cetera. So it's a huge system that basically is being end of life. This is not something we're doing. And I'm a little bummed about the timing because while I've been here for the last 7, 8 months, we got the big notice that, hey, you need to onboard to the system that we have. Let me give you a few of the identifying players in this so that you'll understand why we're making this request. Right now, the state has made the decision that they're going with a company called Enterprise Justice. Enterprise Justice is what everybody's being mandated to go to. While there is no cost for licensing and no cost for implementation, because that is the state mandated software, it is fraught with danger. Right now, many jurisdictions use a separate and proven product because Enterprise Justice isn't even completed yet. It is a work in progress that's being forced and implemented across the state's court systems. There's another system that already is in completion and actually deployed into some of the largest jurisdictions in our state, and it's working well. One of them being Kitsap District Court. I have a lot of experience with that system. I've worked with it for the last 3 years. So from a user perspective and the judge actually using it from day to day in conjunction with the clerks handling the courts every day, that system works, and it has been incredibly tailored to our specific jurisdiction. Judge Johns, retired Judge Johns, spent 2 years off the bench just developing their system to specifically fit what they do. And us being a subset of that district court, there are modules that are already tailored. We would simply have to change the letterhead and City of Poulsbo from State of Washington. It would be that easy to do, but that comes at a cost, and that's why we're here. If we were to choose to use our own system, Journal, our choice of system, it's not our system, the choice of system that we're looking at, Journal, there is a cost. There's a significant one-time onboarding cost because you have to take all of your old data, you have to test it, back it up, proof it into the new system, and then double check that this is accurate and working. So there is a significant one-time upfront cost that we'll get more into, but that's the basis. AOC has said the system that you all are on must go away. Here's our solution from the state's perspective. This Journal technology, Enterprise Justice, sorry, and I used the wrong term, Enterprise Justice through Tyler Technologies, more on that. We want to go with Journal because it does exist and it does work, but that comes with an upfront cost. When the state says that their solution, Enterprise Justice, is free, I'm using air quotes on purpose because it's not free as far as frustration, lack of services of the people that they serve, and then the included cost with increased need for support staff because it has ground these courts that have come onto this system to a halt. There are emergency orders being proposed in these jurisdictions that are already saying we need to close our windows, the front-facing windows to the public, because you need to be able to just simply enter orders and get your daily work done, and you're not serving the people at the window answering phone calls and taking care of their needs. So it's a serious lack of services and access to the court that's being forced upon us that we are seeking to avoid because there is this better setting. So I think I kind of took a lot of her thunder because I want to summarize and keep you going about your night, but I'll turn it over to Court Administrator.
So we just, after I've been in touch with many different courts that are on enterprise justice, as well as that are on journal technologies, one of the biggest public safety and legal risks that are happening is if someone fails to respond to a speeding ticket or a court hearing, they get what's called a failure to appear. It can then cause an arrest. Right now, Enterprise Justice is not speaking with Department of Licensing. Since 2023, they have not been able to get traffic dispositions to go on to driving records. So what's happening is failure to appears are being listed, but then they're not being removed. And so then that is causing license to be suspended. That is also causing erroneous arrests. The other problem is because the court dispositions are not being reported to Department of Licensing, it is an inaccurate record when the judge goes to sentencing. The other problem is the system is not reporting court dispositions correctly to criminal history records. Washington State Patrol is in charge of keeping all the criminal history records. Right now, as the courts are entering in a dismissal on a charge, it is coming up with it is being reported as the defendant is incompetent and incapacitated.
Which has
So-
significant other effects It's erroneous information, but now we've got somebody labeled as incapacitated or incompetent, which that triggers firearms rights. That it's not good. There's a cascade effect there.
And then as the judge said, yes, we fully recognize that the price tag for a journal is very hefty, but also the increase in ongoing costs are significant with enterprise justice as far as overtime costs, not only for additional staff that would have to be onboarded. I've spoken with many courts who are asking for at least 1 to 2 new clerks for the 2027-28 budgets that they are going through, additional security.
So just to clarify, technically, we're not paying for enterprise justice,
Correct.
but we're paying for it in lots of side costs.
I'm glad you're following that. There is not a bill being sent to the city saying you have to pay us for licensing fees or to come on board. But we will, at the local level, have to make up for that in these ways.
In staffing, overtime,
Yes.
fixing errors.
Potential wrongful arrest.
Yeah.
Liabilities that are going to go
okay.
to the city. And again, we're not coming here with speculation. We don't take this lightly. These are actual 44 courts have been forced to transition over already. And that's where we're getting this information. We're not saying, hey, we're throwing up the flare or being the canary in the coal mine because we think this is going to happen. These are actual reports. Her court administrator network has been quite a buzz about all the effects that it's having. I mean, morale, that's one thing, but the fact that they have to get more people and stop serving people to be able to keep up with their base core functions is having a real impact. And then from the judicial side, I've been to 2 judicial conferences this year alone. This is quite a topic. Those judges are frustrated and they're trying to let those of us that haven't been taken down that road to say, really, really consider what you're doing because they have a lot of things to say. I won't speak for them, but we'll stick to the facts, but it's not good.
The other just kind of as I was talking about overtime costs for not only the clerks, myself would not receive overtime, but a lot of the administrators are working 60 to 70 hours a week. I'm not interested in that at this time. The other big thing is because the load is so heavy with the additional courts that are coming on and they still have like 100 and some to go, is there's certain tasks that can only be processed between 6 and 7 a.m. and 4 and 5 p.m. Month-end reconciliation, the bank reconciliation, collections, those types of things, which we do every single day. So that is also very significant. As far as our efficiencies, this was really huge when the court started talking, is right now, somebody comes into court with an infraction, they go before the judge. I timed all our clerks just to see, and from beginning to end, it takes them 1 minute to enter a finding from the judge. With journal, yes, it does take longer. It does take 3 minutes. With Enterprise Justice, it takes 6 minutes, and that has been pared down from 9 minutes.
And if I can jump in, that is after I've had the hearing and made my decision and reduced it to, okay, let's put it in the system. This is what we're doing. That was the finding. Let's enter the disposition. JIS being our current system, which is going away. While it goes up to 3 minutes in journal, at least that 3 minutes, we know it's recorded correctly. It's going to where it needs to go, and it's reliable. Right now, we're being set to go to a system that even after optimization and them knowing about these issues for 3 years, it still takes 6 minutes per disposition. And now we're going back to the cost issue as well, right? I know that the judicial position is only part-time, and we're talking about clerk's time. I'm your guy. I don't have an outside practice. I am here as Poulsbo expands. That's not my main concern. My main concern, though, is we already have enough calendars going on with the new initiatives and the additional camera tickets, the parking, et cetera. The court is expanding. We're at full force with the police department. We're getting more referrals. We don't create work. We manage work created. So we are looking at even just contemplating getting onto the enterprise justice system if we have to go that way. If I can do 25 infractions in a mitigation calendar in what would be 60 to 90 minutes, which is about what we do now, if I'm waiting 6 minutes per person because I've made a decision, I'm at best not even hearing from them doing 10 in an hour. That will mean more calendar days, more security time, more prosecutors, more defense attorneys. And that's just, I mean, the infractions, though, they don't show there, but it will severely impact the criminal calendars as well. That's when we say it's not free, because it will impact what we can offer to the public and how we conduct our daily mandatory business.
Just move on to case notes.
Yeah, I mean, we can give you plenty of examples.
So just showing, just from the end of 2025, we do have a very proactive police department, and they are fully funded, or fully staffed at this time. And so, as you can see, the reason I broke out the DUIs was primarily because of the time it takes for the guilty disposition on the DUIs. Right now, it takes us 10 minutes from beginning to end. With the EJ, it takes almost 30 minutes. At the end of 2025, we had 48 DUIs, which is significantly up. As of June 30th, the 30th of this year, we were already at 52. So we'll most likely hit close to 100 DUIs this
And in
year.
our court of limited jurisdiction, we consider DUIs and domestic violence crimes. Those are our most serious crimes that we have jurisdiction over. Otherwise, they become felonies and they're up in Superior Court. That's why they do take much longer. There's significant penalties as far as administrative rights, as far as probationary requirements, et cetera. So while the length of the hearing is not going to change, but if it takes us even twice as long to enter what we've done, we're going to do maybe 1 or 2 DUIs an hour.
Our officer issued infractions, you can see how significantly they have also jumped. Again, just from a very proactive police department, fully staffed.
And the difference between the officer issued infractions, that is police, uniformed, ticket book, and they've made contact with a person and they've decided to issue an infraction, compared to the parking. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Parking is going to be going up. This was just right at the end as photo or parking enforcement began. Photo enforcement, obviously that has gone up tremendously. The red light camera went into effect end of October of 25. So really that big jump in numbers is just for November, December. So that's quite significant as well.
And the reason I wanted to break that out, the reason I said the officer, these are why you think the officer's not out there giving the ticket and they're all captured. Not only do they first get screened by the agency, but they get sent to officers who are they're spending their time making sure they're valid tickets to send them out. And then every single one of them, whether they're paid or they require a hearing, they go through our court in one way or another.
So then just a brief overview of just the cases filed, just to show the significance of having an operating system, of how important it is to the court, to the staff that we have.
And I can say with certainty that we should, certainty and then we should, but it is anticipated that we will exceed even the 2025 numbers. Wouldn't you agree?
We already have.
Yeah, we already have. So
we've already surpassed
We're growing.
Yes. So then we get into the costs.
One more quick question about the mandated system.
Yep.
You mentioned there were certain things that had to be done essentially before and after the day. Like in the morning and
Oh.
after the
Oh,
workday?
yes.
That's a system generated requirement?
For enterprise justice, yes.
Okay.
Because-
Unintentionally.
Unintentionally, correct.
I'm assuming, and then you said there's more cities coming on board. I'm assuming, and I think it's probably a safe assumption, that right now the state isn't adding more servers, more bandwidth, et cetera, as those cities come on board. So you're already limited window when you have to do those services. And as more cities adopt this,
Mhm,
you're probably going to be more limited and potentially it's going to take longer because
mhm.
same pipe, more people trying to go through it at once.
The words from the AOC director was, there is no fail safe at this time. Legislative funding ends December 31st. We must move everybody over to enterprise justice.
They're in a boat, no life jacket and a paddle, and we have a chance before we step into that boat
Mhm.
to decide on a different boat, if you will, to torture the analogy. But can I follow up on that question? The initial part of your question was, oh, yes, the unintentional portion, basically because the system is not, Tyler Technologies, the company that is making enterprise justice, this is not a completed product from the shelf that they can say, hey, it works. They are building this as it goes, and it is not going well. To add on to that, Tyler Technologies is being sued by multiple states right now for the exact same systems that they have implemented in other states and have not delivered, to the tunes of multi-million-dollar budget overruns that the cities are then forced to pay, and they're headed into litigation. This is the conjecture part. I do see Washington headed that way in the next couple of years. Again, that's the opinion part.
So if any city that went to that system, if this company gets sued into bankruptcy and folds, it's now stuck with a system that no longer has any support.
Yeah.
Mhm. Did you want to say something? Okay, so just to go over really quickly, I mean, you can pretty much, it breaks it down, the implementation cost, the conversion. The interfaces are what the court uses daily to do our work. AOC, we still have to feed information into AOC so the other courts can see charges. Department of Licensing, we have to report the traffic dispositions. Dynamic, that is our collection agency. Passport, that is LAS, that is how they produce and issue the tickets. Sector is what the officers use. Technically, they use tracks, but when I was doing this, it was Sector, but the same idea. It is their electronic system for how they issue tickets and how the tickets are sent to the courts electronically. Vera is our photo enforcement. Those are our cameras. And then the ongoing cost will be the $35,000 per year. Now, because we have been talking with other courts in the county, Bay Bridge Island, Port Orchard Municipal, and Gig Harbor Municipal, even though they're not Kitsap County, there is a cost savings if multiple courts join with us. Right now, we feel very confident at least one is 90, from their words, 99% sure they're joining with us, which would bring our cost, Poulsbo's cost, from 432 down to 303, which is significant. We fully understand that. We are hopeful that we have 2 courts that will be joining us. So that's 3 courts total that brings us down to 265. And thankfully, our finance director pointed out we need to include tax in that. So I had to go back
save, thank you.
and add in additional almost $30,000 in tax. So that 265 does include the tax.
And we want to make sure that we're expressing to you that we are trying to do our best to be good stewards. We are coming to you with a request for a substantial amount of money, but we do understand that there is some serious peril. If we don't do this, we're not trying to make it sound, if we had to do enterprise justice, would our court still be able to provide services? It would be a patchwork. We would get there. It would be very difficult. And there would be other costs that we can't calculate yet. And that's based upon what the other courts are going through. The benefit of this is we have worked, and I credit Court Administrator Knudsen here. She has put together, she's not quite singing her own praises here. She has worked with these other courts. They have formed their own little 4-court group, and they have been working directly with the developer of Journal. And they have basically been able to obtain this unit pricing together. It's not being offered to any other courts. they will have to go in and pay full freight if they decide to go with them. Because we are working with this group, they have made us this offer. They say, if you all come on board at the same time, you have to pay for your own interfaces because those are unique to your court. If there are any overlapped, we do get a slight reduction. That's getting in the weeds of the money. The idea is we came to you understanding that we need to let you know the full cost. Nothing is guaranteed. So if those other courts do not join us and we get this, we would have to pay $432,000. We are very hopeful. And we do really believe that at least two are saying very strongly that they believe they're going to get it. But again, we need to see that that's also why we are coming to you now, because while we don't need the money yet, be able to get into these contract negotiations and get the work going, scope of work and other ideas. That's why we're coming to you now, so that we can in good faith then go to them and say we're on board, with the idea that if this is approved, we are not looking to actual funds being dispersed until the next scheduled budget. Is that correct?
Correct.
Again, this being new to me, I want to make sure I don't misstate this. So thank you.
You're correct.
So go ahead.
So I've had the opportunity to meet with the courts a couple times leading up to this and better understand what you now understand, and recognizing the cost savings as part of the consideration. I've had an informal contact with the Bainbridge Community Courts that exactly share the same concern. Of course, they need to run it through their council. And then I took the initiative today to reach out to Mayor Patonsu from Port Orchard, try and gain some feedback from their perspective. Not heard back yet, but I will be. So doing my best to help look at the economies of scale here, separate from the dilemma. We have Doug Tabor, then Michael, and then Doug Newell on questions.
Well presented. Thank you so much. And it's evident how much you care about the role you play in the community. So thank you for that as well. First thing, just if you Google this, yeah, it's Yale, the Yale Law Journal has a whole essay on it. There's a bunch of things going on around it. It's not good with the whole enterprise Tyler software.
Okay.
So I'm supportive of this. I applaud you at seeking to do the combined package. The only call out I have is data migration and making sure that I saw back on that previous slide that conversion was listed. And I just want to make sure that that includes extracting and reformatting from the current system. Fantastic. Just want to make sure. And if the public transaction fees are going up or down or staying the same. And that's something to look into. It's not critical, just something.
Public transaction fees as far as.
I'm not familiar with that.
If there's payment processing online offered, is there a processing fee essentially?
Yeah.
From the journal.
I don't know about that. I will
Yeah.
look into that.
Just this one thing, because the public will want to know if
Correct.
if there's that's changing. But
Yeah,
other than that's all I had.
I just want to add, if people pay by a credit card for the court right now, the charge is already passed on to them.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Deb. And that reminds me,
Yeah.
one last question. Deb's thumbs up. Is this gonna is this the general fund?
I will go to, I mean, it's a general fund expense and it's their expertise. And I think the good thing is if everybody in the county can get on it, it's
Yeah.
being very consistent with what's doing.
Yes.
They're doing a very good job of doing their homework.
Yeah.
And they're also bringing it forward in much consideration time before the budget. And so that's a good thing. And I know that they're in great communication. So,
Thanks, Deb.
but I'm not the expert in their software. So that I can't answer.
Well, and if I may, because I have actually used this product for a couple of years. Before I was appointed here, I spent a lot of time in district court. I'd say probably out of all my pro tem hours in all the courts, and probably about 80% in district court, and I was there for the entire conversion. It's proven, so data migration, et cetera. Journal has actually been through it. They have done it. They've successfully completed this type of exact migration on a like court. So I do think that will be far smoother than anything that Enterprise Justice is attempting to do in the other places. And again, I'm glad that you're looking up those independent. I don't want to speak to something I don't know. I don't know Enterprise Justice. I only know what I've read and what I've been told by other judges. So I'm glad that you can easily see our concern.
Michael.
So I have a couple different areas of questions. The first is just the basis for your confidence that we're going to have a package deal here. So as I understood it, your confidence was in Port Orchard, which I appreciate the mayor trying to make some contact there. The other two cities are Gig Harbor and Bainbridge Island, correct?
Correct.
You're talking with the court in Port Orchard? That's the basis for your confidence?
Correct.
Yes.
And the judge has been having conversations. So that's just how they are feeling at this time. So we're just going off of
But have they done this with
Like-
their counsel?
informally, not in a council meeting like us. No.
Somebody has to go first, and we want to make sure that we're doing it right. I don't want to say that we're being pioneers, but we want to make sure that you have everything that you, because I imagine this is going to generate questions. We want to make sure that you have everything available. We want you to understand that we are doing this very soberly. This is not a cheap software program. However, the initial cost, once it is done, it goes down considerably for the licensing fees, and it exists and it's real. Enterprise justice is not real yet, and it's not having a good life cycle so far. And so we want to make sure that we are coming into this soberly and we're going to plan. And even in doing this homework, I want to say to the finance director as well, when we discussed this with her, she had some excellent input in if we are able to start contracting with them, et cetera, some excellent ideas on things that we need to protect ourselves with in entering these contracts, how it is done. And so going this early, I think, is having benefits all around.
Sure. And I want to say up front, I'm very much in favor of this. I think this is a good idea. I just, I think there's a sales presentation in a sense here of we're hoping for the smaller numbers. And
yeah,
I kind of want to be a little more realistic that it might be the bigger number. I've learned from the world of real estate that you don't have a contract until everybody's signed, and you don't have a package deal until the other councils sign on to this.
Exactly.
And, I'm just going to be perfectly honest. I don't have a lot of confidence at the moment in Port Orchard's focus on this. They have other things that are holding their attention at the moment. So if we're going to go first, it may end up that we're going alone.
And that's why we're giving you the absolute, we want to under promise and over deliver. We want you to know that if none of this comes to fruition, we do know what the end all break point is so that we can plan on that. And then if any of these come together, it is that much better for how we are spending the city.
So here's where there's my second question then and this is probably going to bring Debbie in is I'm still new to how we budget. I assume though that the general fund is not just a slush fund, that we have it line itemed by sources and whatnot. So when we met, you were discussing the traffic camera revenue as like where in the general fund we're going to pay for this. Is that still the case?
With any request, you should basically do your homework as to where, if you're going to ask for money, where does it come from? Again, and preface that with, this is new to me as well, but in looking at the statute that allows the creation of the traffic camera system, there is a traffic camera statute that does say that the funds we don't generate revenue, we manage work created, and we receipt what has been collected. I want to make sure that everybody is aware of the limitations of what the court does. Those receipts are significant. But those go into, however the city manages, that's not my lane. But I do know that there is a statute that says that the costs that come in from the traffic program should go towards the court's ability to handle and I'm paraphrasing, the work that is created.
I can read it for you if you want. It says the cost to administer, install, operate, and maintain the automated traffic safety cameras, including the cost of processing infractions.
Now,
but this software would not only be for processing.
There is overlap, but direct overlap.
Right.
So I have Doug Newell and then Britt, but first let's hear from Debbie Boer.
First of all, for Port Orchard, I've also reached out to the finance director and I haven't been successful in getting through to him either. So hopefully we'll have an answer before this goes to consent next week. The traffic revenue camera is all coming into the general fund, and when we passed the law on the traffic camera, it's being used in the general fund, but it's being used towards all of criminal justice. We hired a court clerk with it because of the extra work, but it can fund and supplant what legal system, like for instance, right now, the police department budget is much larger than the revenues they bring in. And so that helps support that. It doesn't mean we have to use it for new funds. So it can definitely be used to supplant what we're using for software. I do want to point out this big cost they're talking about is the implementation cost.
Yes.
The ongoing cost will be $30,000 a year after this, I think,
35.
or 35 plus sales tax. Sorry.
Thank you for that again.
It's
Yeah.
almost 40. It's like
Yeah.
38.5.
We had all our numbers worked out and approved, and even with the sales rep, they didn't realize. And luckily, the expert here said you have not considered almost 10% in addition because of sales tax, and that we want to come to you with the correct numbers.
I couldn't find the exemption for that, so we're going with the consideration that it's taxable.
Yeah.
And so the ongoing cost is that. And the reason they're coming before you is because they have to obligate with a contract. So again, this is going into the 27 budget for implementation, and then the 28 budget would have the ongoing support. So hopefully, and that 38,000 stays stagnant. So the order cards coming in only is supporting the implementation cost and lowering those. So just knowing that is that's a one-time cost, and then the cost stays sustainable throughout there. If we were to pass the new criminal justice sales tax, the 1/10, the 1%, I believe it still can be used to support that software. So if a new revenue stream comes in to support that, but we'll do more homework. But it is definitely a general fund expense, and we have reserves that we know because we've maintained that. And again, when we go into our reserves for the general fund, especially the implementation cost falls right under the financial management policies because it's a one-time cost. 38 or 40 is not, but however, the implementation cost definitely falls under the financial management as a one-time cost and can support that expenditure. So hopefully that answers that question.
And thank you for the incredible assist, because these are areas I don't know. And if I can add one of the boxes that does check, if we go with Journal, that is just a bonus in my opinion. Journal is a 95% paperless system. It significantly improves efficiencies in the court clerk's office and how we handle our files and how they're generated and how everybody interacts with them, because they become truly paperless. Everything's generated within. If we were to go with enterprise justice, we're still on a paper system and scanning stuff in for the majority of everything. So we're not even getting that efficiency.
Here at 8:30, we have this order: Doug Newell, Britt, and then Leighton Thomas. Doug?
Just for clarity, I think I heard you. So execution for this would be in 27. So this is a 27 cost.
Correct.
As far as you guys know.
Yes.
Implementation timeline,
So
3 weeks, 10 months.
it at least probably 6 to 8 to 9 months.
Yeah. Okay. So
that's why we're
we
hoping to
start early in the year so that you're done by December.
correct.
Yes.
Our goal is to be done by October.
Okay.
And for some background as to if we were to not go with Journal, and you can help me with these dates, AOC had us previously slated to already do it. We got an exemption to be able to have more time to figure out what's going on and make this. And we also separately have had to put in a specific exemption with AOC, and we have to go through their technical committee, and we've got most of that done as well because Kitsap County has already gone through that process. We relied on them heavily to assist us with getting this exemption approved. It's looking like it will be approved. We haven't received the actual approval, but it has moved through their committee and it's looking favorable. And then the timelines with that one-time set over that we already did, we're looking at September.
That's fine. I just was curious, order of magnitude.
Yeah.
But you did raise one of my questions is risk of AOC saying, hey, fine, you went on this Journal for a year or two, but we still want all the courts on one system. Is there a future risk of us?
No, that's why we're seeking the exemption.
Right. It's one and done.
Yeah.
If we're allowed to go in under this exemption, which is looking very favorable, then we have that exemption.
There's nothing in the law that says that, or in statute or anything that says that we have to go with the system.
Okay. You said Kitsap County's on Journal. How many other places in the state of Washington are on Journal?
So we have
approximately.
So we have all of King County.
Yeah.
Spokane Municipal,
Okay.
which is
That's fine. And so the last question is, from the standpoint of being able to get to this stuff, RFP, is this stuff on an existing contract?
There's only 2 available. There's only Journal and Enterprise Justice. There is no other.
But from a standpoint of a procurement issue.
So what he's asking, and we can follow up with the city attorney, is if we don't go out for a full RFP process and there's only 2 available, we might have to go for like a sole source resolution, but I would follow up with the city attorney.
Yeah,
so we're
if you
going
could
through
just
the
check
proper
on
process.
that, because that, just to
That's-
make sure that we're,
That's a very good point that I never thought of. So sorry, I just assumed it was
No,
a
I'm-
day contract. So
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
But we'll follow up with that. Thank you.
Okay, Brett.
Very illuminating.
Along the lines of asking what other jurisdictions, I didn't hear you mention Bremerton. Is that because they've made a choice and it's not this one?
Oh, no, I'm smiling because that's basically, this is a front end of the system, right? AOC still maintains and warehouses the data, and that's why we have to have interfaces to send it in and pull back out. Our front end of choice is going to be Journal. As of right now, Bremerton has been on their own Courts forever. I'm not sure what are they going to go on Enterprise Justice?
So right now, there's just really super fast. There's OCourt, which is a paperless system. Bremerton currently uses OCourt. Journal does not use OCourt. Bremerton likes OCourt. They spend a lot of money, a lot of time.
Yeah.
They want to stick with OCourt, but yet OCourt is not working with Enterprise Justice. So they met with us at the beginning. They were not interested. So
Okay, that's fine. I
Yeah.
didn't hear you mention it and I was like,
yeah.
are there any other ways? I'm prepared to spend the highest dollar amount if it's necessary. Obviously, we all have to be in that place
Yeah.
because the others might not come
Right.
through. It would be
Thank you.
great if we had savings. though.
Thank you, Brett. And Leighton, and then Rick, I see wants to input. Leighton?
Layton's waving off. Yeah, I'm with Brett. I'm prepared to spend the highest amount if we have to, because the risk of going to this system that is a unfunded mandate from the state that could fail and leave us hanging is too high to me. And I feel like this is like the finance system. We haven't adopted a new software system in the courts in, you said 89?
89.
Okay, so yeah, since I graduated high school. So it's time. And if this is the investment we need to make, then this is the investment we need to make. And we've run out of time to do it. So now's the time to do it. So
Thank
yeah,
you.
if we can get cost saving.
And that is, we are
Doing everything we
working,
can.
Yeah.
we are working daily
And,
with the others.
If you know of the nights that those other councils will be hearing the presentations from their appropriate,
Yes.
pass that along.
Okay. will
Okay.
do.
And
I have Leighton. Leighton, are you passing? And Michael looks like he wants to add something.
So for this partnership with the other cities to get the better rate, is there a timeline on that of when they have to commit so that you can all go in together? Can you go in and they can come in later and get the deal, or is there a cutoff?
I have had many conversations with Journal about this, and basically the hope is by November, December, we all know. And so, and by everyone's, then their budgets, they all feel that their budget should be finalized by then. They should have some sort of an idea by then to say either, no, we're not doing it at all, or yes, we're still moving along. So as long as we know by end of December, but it still allows us to begin looking at contracts, discussing about timelines.
I mean, this is somewhat a Mayor Rob Gelder question, but should we, they're reaching out to their counterparts. Is there a way for us to allow our counterparts to know, hey, we would love for this to be on
That's
your
what
radar?
I addressed before. In the meantime, your assumption has to be the larger amount, and then they can go ahead and start the relationship with Journal. And if we can save money by year end, and remember, it's not till generally the second or third week of December that the budgets are finalized up and down, even though we might have indications. It ain't over till it's over, referencing your point. But in the meantime, you're assuming the higher number, so Amy can start to move forward with arrangements.
That's why I said, let us know, because I'll go make public comment at their meetings if it'll save us $150,000. So,
And we would love simple.
yeah. I mean,
on the
seriously,
ground, I
I'll go
love
sign up and make comment, but I did just think of something when Michael was talking. Do they have to seek exemptions in order to go in on
They
this?
have.
And we put in,
We all have gone together.
Okay, thank you.
this has been, in lockstep.
The
So
only
look
thing
at
we're
that top
of-
number, everybody. Can I get a thumbs up, thumbs down, or further questions?
Look,
Mayor, I think we're ready to move on with the.
We're
agenda.
ready to move
I'm
on.
happy to thumbs up. I'm just, because I'm new, I don't know where this money is coming out of. Like, what are
General
we
fund
not,
reserves.
but what are we
one-time
not
expenditure.
spending the money
Yeah,
on?
they set the budget.
I understand that, but other departments probably have other needs. I'm just wanting to know the question of, we're not going to do this so that we can do that.
Michael, let me answer it this way. We try to maintain at least a 12% by policy in general fund reserves. So you could assume this could carve into it, worst case scenario. It's not allocated, it's reserved.
For these kind of emergencies.
And you also mentioned if we went with enterprise justice, you would likely be coming to us with a request for additional staff. So let's say a modest 100K per year. In 4 years, we've made up the cost and we've avoided the liabilities.
Correct.
And I want to put a best case scenario on that as well, because what it's doing to these courts is significant.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, all of that aside, if we're just looking at numbers, we're still in
Within
4 years, we're even
correct.
and we have a better product. So
Our hope, our great hope is that we come back and say that is not a
Right.
right word. But when you're looking at the numbers, that we did not need the 432, that we're down to 265, 258. That is our goal.
So you have a consensus from council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to another important topic. This will be Diane Linnaeus. This is Public Works Facility Consultant Contract Amendment. We're taking steps to build our public works facility, folks. Welcome, Diane.
Thank you. So, good evening, City Council. On June 10th, I gave a presentation about the value engineering on our public works facility. And with council's support, I asked for permission to move ahead with negotiating a contract with our architect and engineering firm to proceed with the final design on the project, and also to proceed with being prepared to go out to bid in the spring of next year. So we have done that. I do not have a presentation tonight, but in your packet, you have the scope and budget, which would be a supplement to our current contract. I want to let you know that the estimated MAC which is the maximum allowable construction cost for the project, is in the range of $14.6 million. The design contract that I have before you is 6%, which includes all of the A&E work, the architecture, the vertical building, industrial engineer, landscaping, civil, etc. This will come back to you on consent agenda or business agenda, but I wanted to give you a chance to review it in case you have any questions related to the scope and budget or anything related to the project. I do have my previous presentation online, but I wasn't planning to go there unless there's a reason that council would like to see that.
And Diane, very quickly, and I'll turn it over to council. This now presumes a right-sized public works facility with the correct amount of enterprises within it.
It does. It does.
Council, who's first? Doug Newell.
Current method, design, bid, build.
Correct.
Council.
You can get it done.
We're
Okay.
good, Doug?
So the other thing that I would say is in terms of meeting the April bid or advertisement period, I know that Mike Lund is very decisive, and I think that they can beat the schedule that they have in their scope and budget. So thank you.
You're getting there, Mike. You're getting there. Thank you, Diane. This will be Rhiannon Fernandez with Leighton now on City Council. We're going to review council liaisons and ad hoc committee assignments.
You take them.
Absolutely.
Good evening, council. Councilmember Livedall asked that this be brought back once we had Councilmember Thomas on board. So we want to be able to distribute the liaisonships perhaps more evenly if we want to take a look and see if there's anything anyone wants to give up that they didn't really want to begin with, or if there's anything you're interested in, Councilmember Thomas.
Anybody? Don't all jump in at once.
I am happy to take the Peninsula Regional Transportation Planning, the one that is vacant. I had looked at the assignments that you initially did. I think Keto was on there, but Doug, you have claimed Keto. Is that correct? Correct. But if I want to fight you for it, is maybe like arm wrestle or
You could, you can, I mean, Mayor, I know we negotiated for me to have the KRCC. Is it important that it's a certain position or does it matter? Like if she was interested in that?
I think the theory was as deputy mayor, being interacting with the county / regional colleagues.
Okay. I haven't shown up to that yet.
which one?
Rick?
So the intergovernmental committee and the art committee are where I want to stay. Everything else is negotiable.
Intergovernmental refers right now to our relationship with the Suquamish tribe solely, could involve other entities in the future as well. It's Suquamish tribe.
I don't know, Britt, do you want another partner on your book club? I know Leighton does book clubs.
Yeah, Pam is mostly heading that up right now. And so I'm sort of a light support for her, at least in this year's rendition. I don't think there's a.
I want to point out too, there is colleges, which is referring to Olympic College and Western Washington University. I gave that brief report tonight on that summit meeting we hosted 2 Fridays ago. Pam was there and she's quite enthusiastic about a reinvigorated colleges liaison because the college and university are reinvigorating.
Okay, so she's interested in keeping that.
She's keenly interested in that.
Okay. I mean,
as far as the ones that I'm on, I mean, I'm already on the board of the HTPA, so it sort of makes sense for me to continue being the liaison. I'm also interested in staying on the Suquamish Intergovernmental, but I don't have to hang on to the Bainbridge Island necessarily. And I'm just an alternate on that 911. That's never come up, so.
The only two of mine that I want to stay on is the art committee and the kids have economic
I
development.
mean, I do
ones.
want to stay on the art too.
Oh, and she.
I do want.
Britt's like, I want to look at this, and then she's like, I want to stay on everything.
Okay, so art committee, everyone's staying on that for sure.
I mean, and I'm also happy to just sub in as needed and we can revisit this as we need to. I can take the transportation for now and then.
I think you'd gain a lot from being on Bainbridge Island, though.
Okay.
Just, I think it's an interesting one. So.
Yeah, I'm happy to be added to that as well.
Okay, the Bainbridge Island Ad Hoc Committee instead of Lipdall?
And I could be an alternate.
I've got
for
Eckerd
it.
as an
Yeah.
alternate. Okay, so both of you.
You're booting, Rick.
Yeah, so move Britt can be the alternate instead of me. That's
Okay,
fine.
all right.
It's probably easier to get a hold of you if somebody can't show up than it is to get me anyway. So
Sure. I do have more flexibility.
I call it Kobe Cup.
3 by 3.
These two disagree on.
Anything else, guys?
Okay, so what we've got, Mayor, is Councilmember Thomas is going to be on the PRTPO. And then Councilmember Thomas is going to take Councilmember Lifdahl's spot on the Bainbridge Island Ad Hoc Committee. And I think those are the only changes I've got. And you're not going to be the alternate. She's going to be the alternate.
And Leighton on the PRTPO, the Regional Transportation, Michael Bateman is, so to speak, your alternate. He's been on it for years. He's got a file. He'll bring you up to speed. Michael Bateman, second floor.
and Rob, I know we didn't leave the other state route committee on here because we're really don't have anything with that yet, but if we can, I don't want to lose that effort if we can keep it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do have a question. The Peninsula PRTPO is different than the KRCC
Yes.
And
There's like three avenues on transportation. There's the regional looking west with Jefferson, Clallam, Mason counties. That's the Peninsula Regional.
Okay.
Then we look
Mayor.
east because we're this odd beast that can be on two planning organizations.
Mayor, it's 8:49 and we still have like three more things. Maybe we
I'm good.
explain that later.
Do you want
Thank
more
you.
or are you good? Okay.
No, I'm just saying, because, yeah, we still have
Are we good, Rhiannon?
Great. Absolutely.
Thank you, Rhiannon. We're going to move on to questions and concerns of the council and future agenda items. Michael?
I should probably say something since the mayor preempted a discussion I was having with him and Rob and Rhiannon. So I sent them some suggested updates to our rules. I am happy to wait until January. The reason I sent it is I did not want to wait for the regularly scheduled update, which is every 2 years. And the reason is because the updates I'm proposing are in response to crises facing other sibling municipalities right now that are easily avoidable with simple rule changes. And we are not facing those crises, and I just wanted to ensure that we don't in the future. That said, I understand the thoughtfulness of if others have things that you might want to update, send them in to Rhiannon and to Rob. And then in January, we can have a big update party and put them all in at the same time. I'm
And
happy
this
to
is
do that.
Poulsbo Municipal Code, Council Rules of Procedure.
This is the rules of procedure, the rules that we decide for ourselves.
Questions, concerns? Rick?
Yeah, so looking at the future agenda, we have Native American Heritage on October 21st as a proclamation. I don't want to lose sight on getting the Suquamish flags worked out. I know we need them to provide something.
Yeah, it's from a cost standpoint, I mean, all the logistics we've worked out minus the artwork, and I can ping them again and hopefully.
We just need to get it on the agenda far enough in advance to do like we've done previously. So I just want to, kind of backing forward from October to how much time we need to do that.
Assuming the tribal council was enthusiastic, it's really Kate Avocano who can move this forward.
Yeah, we need to get a resolution to get the money authorized, to get the order. So I just don't want to lose track of it. There was an item on there, the council communication one. It's listed as Doug Newell putting forth, which I don't remember if Doug also wanted communication. Certainly if Doug wants it, that's great. But I know Michael and I talked about it. So if we can add council communication workshop, at least add our names. And I don't know if you would also ask for it, but right now it says Newell. So
refresh my memory. What is
so
the issue?
requested by council on our future agenda items? There says council communication workshop, which Michael and I had each brought up an aspect of, but it listed as being brought up by you.
I don't.
So
I'm gonna pledge older Doug senior moment. I have no idea.
Well, I said it's great if you also, because then that means three of us want to talk about it, but I want to make sure that we get Michael and my name on that.
Point of order, I think it should be cool, Doug, now.
And then just last, I know part of it's a bandwidth, but Jeff had the city naming policy on at one point and had to pull it off. I don't want to lose track of that. So just to make sure that gets,
Yeah, it's not being lost.
yeah, it's just not on the future agenda. So we don't want to lose that because that's another important item. That was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Anybody else have a concern, question, or future agenda? Not seeing any. We're going to move on. The next item is what was promised up front, continued public comment. So we're calling for public comment. There isn't much public, and I'm not noticing any comment, but I'll call one last time, calling for public comment. Not seeing any. A last turn around the table, mayor and council comments. I have none. Anybody else have a closing comment?
Motion to adjourn?
I like that comment. Do I have a second? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Council stands adjourned.
Let's go team.
Sorry, I just was having lower.
I was just trying to be as